and all that stress leaves you just open to any suggestion that comes your way. And
Oh, hold on. This is Frank Allen with Targeted Massachusetts, Eastern Conference, Stars International, and we're starting our recording. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, yeah, you're right. We can't really rule anything out. There's so many different viable ways, but uh, the only way they can track us for sure that I can see across the world, everywhere, is with satellites. That's the only way. Brian 2 goes everywhere, and he is tracked.
yeah, but you know something else about Brian too? How do you know he goes everywhere? He says he goes everywhere, but how do you know that? I
I,
don't know that.
I've seen some of his videos actually with pictures in front of the presidential palace, and I think he does. I really do.
Where does he get his money?
I I have no idea. He may come from an affluent family. He may have some type of income from his job. Now that was with CIA, was it, or NSA? I can never get it straight. But no one seems to know who he is other than us because his name does not come up anywhere else. So,
That's what I'm saying. You know, he talks a lot of trash, but you know, and he seems to know something about what's going on. Um, but still, you know, I don't know. He's always traveling, doing this, and they got him in a hospital, and they got him doing this, and they got him doing that. And you know, I think it's kind of BS.
Hey, the interesting. Hey, hello everybody.
hi, how you doing?
Who's
I'm
this?
doing all right. This is Cleveland, Cleveland Proud.
Hi,
Oh,
Cleveland.
I'm not conditioned, but I'm still breathing.
Yeah, we know the feeling.
I'm just trying to keep my spirit up. But I was interested in this person that you're talking about.
I know what
That,
I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a brain dead little child.
um, part of their grand theater is to keep us what they would call off guard, kind of keep us distracted, kind of like corralling. As far as things that we would get into. I think they probably got him to the point where, he'll make a plan and then they'll try to offset the plan or distract him or delay him. The word I'm looking for is delay. I noticed a lot of the folks do a lot of the delaying,
nah,
things.
I think he's just an idiot. That's all. He just goes on and on and on and on and writes these great big long things, and he says the same thing over and over and over again. And you know, he's boring. He's totally boring. Um, if anything, anybody gets anything out of it, you know, good luck to him. There was one other. Hang on a second. There's one thing I wanted to say to Frank, and I hope I remember it. And if I don't remember it, I'm going to be really pissed. Oh, I know. You know Dave Voigts, Frank,
Yes.
the guy that supposedly walked across America or halfway anyway.
Yeah.
Did you ever look at his videos?
I haven't looked at his videos, but I did promote him, and everybody seems to forget that. But I promoted him like every day for like months, to the point of, God, websites and groups. I mean, I posted him everywhere. I got him over 2,200 people interested in him in like 2 days or 3 days, pardon me.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Can I make a comment about that, about him?
sure.
And if you think I'm wrong, please mention it or
Yeah.
tell me your feelings. But you know, I checked in periodically to see what he was doing and where he was, blah blah blah. And I watched his videos. He was always alone. He was always out in the woods. He was
Yeah.
always out in a road where nobody was even driving by. He never was in a town. I never saw him talking to people.
Hey, smart man. Very smart man. Very smart man.
What do you mean? He's supposed to be out there in the public venue carrying the message of
That's
targeted individuals, and
that's
he's nowhere to
yeah,
be seen.
that's totally understandable, but you got to
It's
understand
not
that
understandable. That
some
was not
people
his
are.
job.
Oh no, what I was going
That-
to tell you is this. If you, what I was going to tell you is this. The reason why it's understandable, a lot of us have been forced to go underground. Um,
I
just to
understand
be
that,
honest.
but he wasn't. He was supposed to be out there in the public eye carrying the message of targeted individuals, and he was never, I never saw him with another person.
Yeah. He was supposed to
Never in
be
any
on
of his videos.
main roads.
Right.
Yeah,
He was
he
always
probably
on a
had
back
second
road.
thoughts. He probably had second thoughts because they do
I don't
terroristic
care.
threaten. Or
I
so on
don't
like that. I mean, if they don't threaten us, they'll threaten they'll threaten
do
us.
me do me a
They'll
favor.
attack
Do
them
me a
like a
favor.
family member. A family
Do
member.
me a favor. Go explore David Voigt's and his walk across America. What he was
Ah,
supposed to do. Go look at his videos and go read about him because your comments are way off.
okay, I sure will, ma'am. I sure will.
Good.
David Voigt, and I will check him out because I will admit that I'm
Voights.
not familiar with him. I'm not
Good.
familiar with
Well,
David
go
Voigt.
check it out before you say anything because you don't know what you're talking about.
I've
Frank,
heard a couple of conversations about Voigts before, and the last I ever heard of it that anybody had said that he was donating to foundations such as what Frank got and so on. I don't know. I haven't talked to Frank about anything like that, but this is what I was told.
well, anyway, to get back to you, Frank, did you think about my comment about that? What, I mean, you know,
Yeah. I don't know. I can't, at this point in time, really say anything to comment. I did see one video where I guess one of his tires let go and somebody helped him with that. So, I mean, he was walking, carrying, and pushing this little cart, I guess.
right. It
I
was
guess
one of those bike things.
one of his wheels let go. But yeah, have you seen any footage of him like standing next to a sign that said entering so and so?
Um, I saw signs. I can't recall what they said. I saw him walking, but he always seemed to be on back roads. I never ever saw another person in any of the videos. I never saw him talking to anybody in the videos. It just seemed like it was a lot of greenery, you know what I mean?
Well,
And his dog and his bike, but that was it. And I'm like, okay, if you're out there supposed to be showing this to the public, where the hell's the public? I mean, why aren't you in a town? Why aren't you walking by stores? Why aren't you walking by groups of people? Why are you out on a back road where nobody is? That's the impression I got. And I checked his videos out several times. And everybody was making such a big deal about this. And I was like, what the hell's a big deal? I'd go out and walk on the back roads with a sign and say nothing.
I
You
guess
know, I can do that here.
I guess what I meant was, did you see any town signs like
No,
entering Wareham or entering, Minneapolis or something like
Not
that.
that I recall.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I just that's exactly what I saw was trees and roads and nobody around and not even vehicles. And he wasn't. I never saw buildings, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I was just looking at the wrong videos, but that's what I saw, and
Yeah, we had another.
I can do that here. As a matter of
Yeah,
fact, I'm gonna make up some T-shirts. I'm gonna say on my T-shirts.
what?
I'm gonna say, Julian Assange is not a traitor to the American people. And
Great.
on the other side, I'm going to say Edward Snowden is not a traitor to the American people, because this is one of the reasons why our government is going to they're going to try to get, Assange out of the embassy. And they didn't say they were going to go after Snowden, because I don't think they can, where he's in Russia, but they can go after Assange. And I read that Trump is going to take out papers on him.
Yeah, you see, he stole or he took information, we'll say, from a very interesting source. And
Chelsea Manning,
no,
right?
wait a minute. It came through cables. Now, the United States government and the Secret Service and whatnot, CIA, they used an old method of communication, I think, hoping to stay below the radar. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Assange found out that they were sending things by cable, and so I guess he tapped into it. I don't, I'm not fully sure, but I think he must have terabyte after terabyte after terabyte of information, because you still hear something released every once in a while.
Right. Like he just released stuff during the election on Hillary.
Yeah, she did.
So he isn't exactly innocent of causes. I agree on this. But still, from what I understand, he got most of his information from people like Chelsea Manning. No? Yes?
It was my understanding that his information was similar to Snowden, only Edward Snowden got it from computers.
Right. He got
Mr.
his own info.
Mr. Assange got it from cables. Now, I don't mean cables like cable television. I mean cables, wire service, cables, uh, primitive form of communication, private cables that only the government knew about. Well, Mr. Assange found out about them. So he tapped into these cables and he got a wealth of information.
So,
Well, that's where that's
was
where.
that illegal?
Uh, well, once you run in headlong into something that's top secret, you're supposed to turn your back on it. Now, that's what I'm going to say over the air. That's not necessarily, the way I think, but that's what I'm going to say. What I think is my business, except for the perps. They think it's their business too. But anyway, I guess.
Well, that's what the government is saying through Trump, is that both of these individuals are traitors.
No, I think. Well, I'm going to come right out and say it. I think they're both heroes. How's that?
I do too.
Yeah.
You know, he, he doesn't finish a statement that they're traitors to the United States government, but not the United States people. And
Well,
that's
People
What
get
I'm going to put on my T-shirt, I'm going to put some T-shirt because that pisses me off. How dare you say that they're traitors to the United States? They're not. I think they were the biggest asset we've had.
I think you're right. It takes whistleblowers to keep the government transparent, or to open another level or area of transparency. Now, the stuff that's coming out has buried many people in terms of their affiliation with the United States government. And what we have now that's going to clear out a whole bunch of CEOs, and it's already started, is Mr. Trump filing indictments on 10,000 pedophiles who are actually heads of major corporations in the United States. And I mean, really up there.
Where did you read this?
Oh, it's everywhere.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I'll get you some information on it.
I know he put out an executive order on asset stripping.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do to them too.
Yeah, but
And
the list he had, the list that I saw, were all foreigners.
well,
There was no pedophiles in there. These were just guys that, like stole a lot of money from their governments and killed people in their countries, and
that's his
basic
spearhead on ISIS, because ISIS is money. Okay, they need money to operate. He's found out through his own intelligence services who actually is funding it, and he's taking them out legally in whatever way he can.
Well, I thought they were being funded by the U.S.
No.
I kind of think on that subject right there that he's taking them out. I think it's more of a, we talked about it before, Frank. I think it's more of a power struggle. And really what people really do, instead of, if there's no good guys, they take the lesser evil. That's what I think.
Well, Trump is definitely not on the evil side. Trump is going after and taking some big chances too, going after some big people. He's taking out heads of corporations all over the country.
Like who?
Oh, like
he's
the president.
Taking them out and replacing them. He's taking them out and replacing them.
No, he's not replacing them.
He just put Jay Clinton in charge of Wall Street. He's a Christian evangelical
let me finish.
Asshole.
He is taking people out, like the president of Disney. He's taking owners of airlines out as CEO because they're all pedophiles. He is clamping down on all the pedophiles that are in high places. And because he's in high...
What about North Korea? What is your opinion on North Korea? Because he's supposed to be taking him out too.
Let him finish his list.
Oh, there's no supposed on this prior thing. It's all indictments. They're being...
What about North Korea though? He's trying to take out North Korea.
That's going to be that kinetics weapon, I believe.
Do you think that North Korea's president is a pedophile?
I have no idea. I can't comment on that. I have no prior knowledge.
Who else is he taking out?
There's a list, okay?
Send it to me.
Yeah, I can send it to you. I just got to dig and find out which email it's in. But you can just Google President Trump and indictments on heads of corporations, and you'll get articles.
All right. Okay.
But he's done nothing. But he associated us
with that executive order.
Yes.
Right.
He took out he disassociated himself or this country from trillions of dollars for climate change that was actually going into the pockets of the people that were running it. So the climate change summits were all about summoning up some money, and he put a stop to that. The U.S. is now trillions of dollars ahead of the game in
So he's
terms of
stealing this money from global climate change, right? Programs?
who the global climate change was a fraud. He took this.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it is. Sorry.
No, it isn't.
No, wait.
Climate change is not a fraud.
I didn't say climate change, Barb. Okay? I'm saying that the money that the U.S. was putting out was going into pockets that it shouldn't have been. Okay, so Mr. Trump saw that and eliminated it.
Well, he doesn't believe in climate change anyway.
Well, it doesn't matter what he believes in.
Yes, it does,
In
because
terms,
what he's done is he's taken all the climate change protections and he's deregulated them. He's given open market to oil drilling in Alaska, Antarctica. He's given open source fracking going on people's land in the West. Agenda 21, taking people's land back that they rightfully own.
what's your source on
he's
that, Barb?
deregulate all this. Okay, I'll send it to you. Deregulation. He's put in charge Jay Clayton. He is a lawyer. He just put him in charge of Wall Street, going protecting Wall Street.
All right,
I
let's
just
talk
read
about targeting. Politics does not go over. You'll never win talking politics or
Yeah,
religion.
I know.
And those are two things we try and keep off of this call unless it's pertinent. In this case, it was
Well,
pertinent because directed energy weapons and whatnot came up in his speech. I listened to
he
that.
mentioned directed energy weapons
Yes, he did.
specifically. What
Specifically,
did he say?
he said he was going to stop it.
Stop what?
What did I just?
What speech is this?
It's on YouTube. I'll send it to you. Okay.
You've got to send that to me because I want to listen to that. Because I know that there was the executive order, right, that was put out that this woman was saying it's all about targeting. And I read it and it wasn't. It was bullshit. It was all about these foreign people who were criminals who stole a lot of money, and he was going to go in and asset strip them. That's what that executive order was about. It had nothing to do with targeting. I read the whole thing.
Okay. He gave a speech, Barb. I don't want to get into any more politics.
No, but if he mentioned targeting, I want to know. Because I don't believe it.
I give up. I'm not going to say another word for a few minutes.
No, you've got to back yourself up on this one. It's not that I don't
Barb,
believe you.
I'm not going to talk about politics.
This is not
All I'm
about
going to tell
politics.
you is he talked about directed energy weapons in a speech. It was made known to me, and it was emailed to me, and I posted it on TM if you've been watching it.
Targeted Massachusetts?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I'll go
posted
look.
there.
What was the title?
I have no idea. I'm trying to get off of politics.
This is not politics. Because I know that the woman who first brought up the executive order said that this was all about targeting. And I read it and it
It's
wasn't.
not
And
all
I'm
about getting them.
same one.
Some of the media you got to really pay close attention to with a magnifying glass. But I do understand what Frank was talking about, and I can tell you what he was talking about because I heard a little bit about that. The specific weapons. He wasn't standing up for TIs or targeted individuals, but what he was talking about when he said energy weapons, and I am military, he was referring to EMP pulse weapons. Not the type of weapons that can shut circuitry down as far as in an enemy tank, enemy carrier, airplane, stuff like that, EMP pulse weapons. So that's what he was talking about. He wasn't talking about the other energy weapons that are under the radar that he was trying to stop because that's not what he's mentioning. So he's not really necessarily what you would say advocate for us targeted
about targeted people. Right.
At the same time, you have to remember that Mr. Binney was in the news with the president, okay? So you cannot tell me that in private, Mr. Binney didn't have a conversation with Mr. Trump about it.
I don't believe.
Yeah, well, you know what? Behind the closed doors, I do believe that he did have a conversation about it. But you got to think about that under that what you would say as the under the radar weaponry. It's high dollar, and we know how Trump got to where he got to be a millionaire.
I think you should both listen to the speech on the YouTube that I did before we make any more comments about it.
I love Trump.
I know what Binney talked to.
But there is a mudslinging.
And he talked to him about Russia. He talked to him about the Russia connection. That's
Mr.
what Binney
is now analyzing what happened with Russia.
Right.
As far as I know, he's been appointed by Mr. Trump to do so.
Okay.
So I will say that they are getting very close in terms of speaking about targeting, and he did mention radio frequency weapons. He did not mention the word EMP, which has been brought up many times. It's thought to be one of the next weapons of choice by the Chinese or Russians. That was demonstrated on the USS Hood in the sea, in the was the Baltic Sea or something like that.
Right, that they were testing EMP pulse weapons. Exactly.
No, they weren't testing them. They attacked one of our ships with it. We were in their backyard. We shouldn't have been there. So they sent one lone fighter jet. It attacked the Hood with an EMP device to the degree that the Hood could not function and had to be towed home. So
that was a long time ago. That was
a year ago.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is, yes, I believe EMP is going to be the next choice for foreign governments. We have a Piper in here.
Well, I'd like you to send me that video because I'd like to hear that.
Okay.
You know,
Caller 7, you have background noise. Could you please lower it?
There's another thing that I wanted to mention that is being done to targets, and this has occurred time and time again, is that what they do is they raise your hopes way up. Like this woman that was talking about this executive order, and she was going on and on and on about how wonderful it was, and this was the beginning of it, and blah, 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 blah. And she was so excited about this. And, you know, I turned around and I read it, and it was bullshit. It was all about bullshit. And I think she realized at the end of her speech that it was bullshit too, because she dropped right down. And this is another thing that's occurred to us time and time again as a community, is that we look at government and we search out these issues that we think are tied to us, and in the long run they aren't. It's just bullshit, and we aren't even mentioned. It has nothing to do with us, and then we drop right to the cellar. And I think this is part of the program. I think this is done on purpose, just to, you know, alien us, just to, what can I say, just to fuck with us, you know? That's what I think. So I don't put my hopes up anymore, because they've been dashed too many times by a lot of just foolishness. So I don't even hope anymore. And if anybody suggests anything, that there's a breakthrough, or this is coming down, or this has been done, I want proof. Right there, I want proof. So anybody, whoever mentions this again, to me especially, how wonderful and this is going to work, give me the proof. End of my story, Frank. Sorry. Anybody want the floor? Am I muted?
Can you hear me, Frank? Does anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
We got you.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. Yeah, well, I mean, as far as EMP weapons, I mean, we've had them, and for a long time. In fact, back like in the '80s, when New York had their big blackout, that was actually done with our own experiment and what they could do with it. I mean, they blacked out all of New York, or a big portion of it, just for the EMP. So it's not just a Chinese, not just a Chinese or Russian. We've had EMPs, and yeah, it's a big weapon. Everybody has.
I remember that in New York, watching all the people walking across the bridge.
Yeah, that was done with a EMP.
There was a lot of old people that were in a boat too, and the boat overturned and they all drowned.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. They were taking them out of a rest home, or taking them out of a area where they were, to get them to safety, and the boat overturned. I think it killed about two dozen of them, maybe more.
Wow, I didn't know about that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we all have it. It's just a matter of, yeah, it's great to knock out, a country's electric grid. I mean, you're sitting duck with no communications and all that, and all the people are frantic. I mean, that's why EMP was so highly developed, because you knock out the grid, and then that country or whatever part of the country, they're just sitting ducks.
Well, that's the first thing they want to do, is cut down your communication.
Yeah, so it does all of that. Right. So everybody has them, you know.
Okay. I guess we should go over EMP a little bit. This is not something that's used by the perps. EMP is something that I personally have used on a small scale against them. Okay, so Doug, you understand what EMP does, but you're talking about large scale single blast capability EMP.
Right.
Sustained is what I use, and it's very small, and it'll take out an iPhone or anything else you put the wand on, but it's to help, not to hurt us. But EMP is not something they can use against us. They can't put a signal on it because it's a crazy frequency that doesn't have a frequency. When it hits an electrical item, it destroys polarity. There is no positive, there is no negative. So people get that confused with electromagnetic weaponry, and they start using the word EMP. That's not something that they can use.
No. I don't think EMP is being used on us. I'm just saying, when you mentioned that China and Russia has it, we also have it.
Well,
And no, I don't think we don't. I don't think we're being attacked with EMP.
Doug, you have an echo.
Just started. I don't know.
Okay.
How about now?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think we're being attacked by EMP, but I'm just saying, yeah, it's a major military weapon, and they can knock out a whole, they can knock out the whole eastern seaboard if they want, from New York down to Miami. All the way from Maine to Miami if they want to. I mean, yeah, it's a very big military weapon, but I don't think they're using that on us. It's, like you say, ultra low frequency, electromagnetics, frequencies and stuff like that. No, I don't think we use EMP on it. No.
Frank, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure. Yeah.
Did you watch that video I sent you, how to stop electronic torture?
I have not yet. I've been working on our website, and I had some trouble with the software, so I had to call up Adobe. I just got off the phone with them a little while ago, and we're all straightened out again. But yeah, I've been.
Well, this has technical devices in it that you can buy on eBay.
Right.
And I know you have some technical expertise, and I was just wondering what you thought of it.
All right, I'll definitely look at it.
As you remember we were talking about the flashlight?
Yep.
And if you aim it at the right spot, well, this is basically the same principle, only he's using what is he using? He's using, I don't know, he's using a ZVA.
VVA?
ZVA.
Curious.
Do you know what it is?
A VBA?
Wait a minute. I'll get it for you. He's got it right on. First, I just shut him down here. Let me see. It's called, let me get to it. He's showing how the light works. It's called a ZVS driver.
Okay.
It's like an induction heater with ventilator, a flyback driver, and a power supply.
Okay, a flyback transformer. It's part of a power supply. Sure, yeah. I've heard of that.
Well, he says that the first thing you want to get is a ZVS driver.
Okay, that comes from, they're available in China.
You can get them off the internet. 40 kilohertz to 200 kilohertz.
Okay, he is trying to emit a sustained EMP to protect. And those devices, I had a choice of buying one of those power sources when I was putting my EMP together. And they are too untrustworthy. They have too many components. Too much can go wrong. You might get one or two charges out of it. You might get a lot. But it's coming from China, so you have to be careful.
He says you can get them for different sizes, like 12 volts, 5 amps, or I think the next size up is 24 volts. Yeah, 20 amps. And then the third one completely wipes out everything. It's a whiteout. 48 volts, 40 amps. And he
Okay.
shows you how to put it together.
All right. What I've seen of EMP, it does not seem to stop voice to skull. I have heard of TIs going to Mexico to stand in front of an EMP device, and I haven't heard these people on the calls after that. I've seen them on Facebook, but I haven't seen them on the calls after that. So
What does that mean?
it's telling me that this large EMP device may have helped them in some way.
Well, he doesn't mention, he also mentions a flyback driver.
That's another way of making a power source.
Right.
A flyback transformer is usually from a TV set, and it's an alternate way of building a power source.
He mentions about 5 different types of power sources you can use.
Yeah, the best one is, I'm getting echoes from everywhere, and it's really driving me up a wall. It's irritating. It's under your skin, you know what I mean?
Maybe because I have this video on.
No, it's not.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can I ask a quick question? This is very quick. Are these calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
For your protection.
For my protection. Okay, so can I use some of the recordings?
Yes. I turn them into YouTubes, and they go up on my YouTube channel.
Oh, do phone calls?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, I make it known. I started right in the beginning of the call. I say this is targeted Massachusetts Eastern Conference. Okay, Cheryl, you have some serious noise in the form of, it's not really noise, they're good tunes, but they kind of get in the way when I'm trying to talk. Yeah, I say right in the beginning that they are. In all of the conference calls,
Wait a minute.
all of the conference calls that you listen to.
Stop for backing up. Give me a moment, mister. I'm going to back up.
What?
Okay, so they are recorded. Okay, so I can use these calls. I just want to know.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
I just wanted to know. I mean, because I would want to do it without permission, you know.
Oh no. I'll send you a copy if you give me your email address.
Copy. Do that. Send me a copy of several of them. Can I edit them? Because I don't want the whole conversation, but the very important parts of certain of the conversations. I want to be able to edit them, and I want to be able to use them.
Okay, you can take your own. As far as stuff coming off of GoToMeeting, you can't edit it.
I'm not on GoToMeeting. I'm on the phone.
Well, this is GoToMeeting. This is what you've called into. Citrix only.
Right, but I didn't sign into. It's the same phone number, conference number though.
You don't get it. His tapes that he's doing these programs on is in GoToMeeting, and you can't edit them.
He said he upload them to YouTube. You can edit those. If I pull a YouTube video, I can edit that video.
This is not a video. This is audio.
I'm sorry. I can wait a minute. Let me get across the street. Oh my God.
You explain.
I'm coming across the street. You hear this? Okay. This is what I'm saying. You said you upload them to YouTube. So you upload them to YouTube audio and not video. How do you upload them to YouTube?
It turns them into a fake MP4, if you will.
And you can hear them though on YouTube.
Yeah, you can, but see what you're doing is by editing them. We have in our charter about editing calls. It's up to the other members who are on the call if they want this edited, because you could edit the call in such a way as to make somebody look different.
No, when I say edit, I mean like if it's like this call is usually about almost 2 hours, and when I say edit, I mean edit the duration, not to edit any content.
Content? Yeah,
No,
I don't see any problem with that. It's 6 hours long. Most of the calls are 3. Wednesdays are 6, and Fridays are 6.
Right. So I would need to edit the duration.
Okay, so that you could send it. I see what you're saying.
Right, because I can't send a 6 hour. I don't have the capabilities of doing that. So, but I do have the capabilities maybe of uploading like a call, maybe that's like about 5 minutes.
No, all you do is take the link from YouTube and you can listen to it anywhere you want. You follow me?
Yeah,
So
but I still don't want that much.
Just if you want to send the link to somebody, they will be able to hear the whole thing. So you don't need to edit.
Well, the reason why I don't want the whole thing is because sometimes the conversation starts going, a little off the subject.
Yeah, like it is now.
Well, okay, but I don't know if this is off the subject, because what I'm trying to do is provide evidence of that there are people targeted.
Okay, yeah, I'll help you gather any kind of evidence you want. I can next week. Karen Stewart's going to be on. That would be a good one to listen to. We have prior recordings with Martha Stewart. No, Martha Stewart, yeah.
I figure some of the
Karen Stewart.
I figure some ministers might really need to know.
Can I just jump in here for 1 second?
Please do.
And I'll jump right out, Frank.
Yeah.
The video I was telling you about with this ZVS thing. The title of it is How to Stop Electronic Torture. Now, I don't know if that includes V2K or not, because you mentioned V2K. He just states what I have stated before. If you are whited out, if you can't be targeted because they can't find you, and they have to find you. In other words, you're blocking their cameras.
Okay, when we were in Washington, there was a whiteout. Okay, no cell phones worked. If you looked at your cell phone, it was a white screen. So, to me, I thought that security around Washington would stop such a thing, but I was dead wrong. We still had the same attacks and the same V2K in Washington.
Was the whiteout coming from their security?
Yes, White House security. So White House security didn't dampen it. But you couldn't make a phone call. Your phone was useless. And not just at the White House, the whole 1600 block.
Right, but the security was doing it. Right?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, you said whiteout. I'm giving you an example of.
No, I'm not talking about audio. I'm talking about video. He could talk through what his whiteout was, but I assume he was in the room that he was whiting out. I don't know if he was blocking the audio or I don't specifically know what this device would do, but I know that it worked like a flashlight if you aim it at a camera.
Yep.
And he stated if they can't find you, they can't, with a lot of these directed energy weapons, they can't target you. And that's in my case because they have to find me in order to hit me.
Barb, can you do me a favor? Can you take the call for like 5 minutes or so?
Yeah,
Because
go ahead.
I have a call that I have to make. I'm late, and it's to the doctor's office, so I might be 5, 8 minutes, something like that. I would
Sure.
really appreciate it. Thanks, you're a doll.
Anybody else want to jump in here?
Well, I want to ask you about what are you saying? They have to find you. They have to be able to find you in order to target you.
Well, this is what I have long thought, is that with directed energy weapons, they're person specific. In other words, they can
Right.
pick you out of a crowd. Well,
That's true.
they've got to find you in order to target you. They
Right.
can't just go like a machine gun.
Right, I got it.
So with this device that is on this video that he's demonstrating, it whites out, they use a through the wall camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
A backscatter or millimeter wave camera would do it. Sometimes infrared camera would do it. So they've got to find you in order to aim the device at you.
Mm-hmm.
But
so how do they white out?
He demonstrates it on this video that I put in the chat the other night, and I will put the share in the video in the chat. I don't know if you're in chat or not.
I'm not in chat. Is it a way to find it online? Is it a YouTube video?
I will say it as I put it in there. HTTPS, the double dots, / YOUTU.BE, that's a small BE.
Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. I'm driving, so I haven't hit it yet. Let me see if I can write that down and get, the light just hit me. All right, I'm at the light. So, let's see if I can write this down, what you're saying.
Why don't you just verbally mute your phone and verbally put it into your phone as I relate it to you?
Okay, go ahead, give it to me.
HTTPS / small YOUTU dot small BE / 0
YOUTP
TU
YOUTU
dot BE small BE.
B like in boy, E.
Correct. / one / 0. Okay, wait a minute. I got to catch up with myself. LD, small LD, capital S.
0 LD, capital S.
AI, small, capital Y.
Oh Lord, capital Y.
Dash. BWA in capital letters.
Dash. BWA.
Read it back to me.
Okay, I have YouTube /
It's not
Capital
YouTube.
O-L-D.
Wait a minute. It's YOUTU dot BE.
It is YOUTU.BE. Wow.
Right.
YOUTU like in Tom?
TU like in tube, YouTube, but it's got a dot in between the U and the B.
Okay, YOUTU.BE. All right, slash. Is it capital O or 0?
0.
Okay, 0. LD small, capital S, small AI, capital Y, slash, capital B, capital W, capital A.
No, it's capital Y dash, not a slash.
Oh, capital Y, dash. Okay.
B, W, A are all capitals.
Okay. Dash. BWA, got it.
Now, I don't know what he means as far as how to stop electronic torture. And this is the English video. He's German. And I'm assuming he means maybe V2K or directed energy weapons, which V2K, I believe, is directed energy weapon anyway. So that's, see what you get out of it. It looks simple enough. It looks cheap enough, and I'm going to try it.
Barbara,
What?
this is Cheryl.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hi. I'm calling because I wanted to know about protecting myself at night and what you thought about using Mylar for that, for covering up with Mylar.
I've tried Mylar, and they go right through it. Other people swear by it, but they get like 6 to 12 layers.
Oh.
I've tried layering it. I've layered it like 12 times. I've gotten, military Mylar blankets, for survival and all that. And
Yeah.
my guys went right through it. So whether it worked for you or not, I don't know.
How about the material that they sell online? It's kind of expensive to buy the material, but it says that it blocks the RF and it's military grade material. Is that something?
Again, I've heard very little about it, and I think the reason that I've heard very little about it is because it's so expensive.
Okay, all right.
But I know that, okay, what I have heard that works, and works definitely, because this targeted guy was targeted, and he was targeted, I mean, they were after him.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hitting him with laser. And what he did was he went out on the highway and he picked up these pieces from these 18-wheelers that throw it off their trucks.
Uh-huh.
He took them and he layered them all together. Now they are, what do you call those tires? They're steel belted radial tires.
Yes, yeah.
But
Oh, you're saying from the tires. Okay.
Right. And it's the same concept. He took them, put them all together, and he said it completely blocked them. Then he took tires, but they're stinky and they're yucky.
Yeah, yeah.
So I had suggested, okay, if you're going to do that, go out and buy a brand new steel belted tire and cut it up.
Yeah.
You can cut it up.
And put some material over it.
You can layer it.
Yeah.
Put it together with whatever you want, duct tape, lay it out so that it's flat somehow. And what else did he use? He used that. And then he said he took these mesh, like for screens.
Yeah, the roof mesh you're saying? It's some kind of metal roofing mesh material. I saw that one online too.
And he rolled it.
Oh.
He rolled it like not in a roll, but in a configured roll.
Okay.
Like a mesh.
Okay.
And he said that worked. I couldn't get through with that.
And he sleeps in a cocoon or something?
No, he sleeps in the tires.
Oh my gosh.
Then I heard he built a little hut out of tires. He cut them up, like half of them, and made walls out of them and built a house out of them.
Wow.
Okay, that's crazy. So, if anyone, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
If anyone lives, I mean, I don't know if you can do this if you live with people, but if you live alone, okay. So the thing that will block completely the directed energy weapons at home is sleeping behind your refrigerator. If you put it like in a corner, open it up to where there's enough space to, lay a mat down, and you're not facing any windows, almost like have it in a corner to where it's just you behind the refrigerator. If you can,
You can't sleep behind a refrigerator. A refrigerator gives us so much radiation. It's extremely dangerous.
On the side of it, not behind, on the side of it. On the side of it. Not I'm not talking about behind it. Because you got too many, you got your wires and you've got your water line, and all. I'm talking about turn it sideways. So this is what I did, and it never, I never felt they actually had to leave because they couldn't get to me. I turned my refrigerator sideways. Now, in that particular kitchen, it was a narrow kitchen, so I just sort of pulled it out, pushed it out from on the side of the counter, pushed it out toward the wall. I left a little bit of it connected to the counter, just the edge. So the space that was pushed out on the side of it, I laid down, I put a pillow down there, cover or whatever, and I was completely blocked from the directed energy weapons from the window that they were trying to, direct the energy towards me. They couldn't direct the energy towards me because I was blocked by the refrigerator. So they actually would leave. I never felt the weapons when I was laying on the side of that refrigerator.
It might work.
Because the weapons cannot get through all of that metal.
Well, if someone else wants to try it, go right ahead.
It worked for me. It worked for me for 2 months, 2 straight months. They came every day, and at night I noticed they had to leave because they could not get me. So that's just like if you live by yourself, if you can situate your refrigerator in a corner to where they whatever window, whatever is coming through, push it out to where you can sleep behind it. I mean, push it out to where you can sleep on the side of the refrigerator, where they cannot point anything towards you because
I know that they can't.
Covering you.
I know that they can't get through steel. But how heavy is steel? I mean, I'm talking about a plate, right?
Mm-hmm.
All I know is this was a regular refrigerator. Now you know what refrigerators are designed with. You know the material. Most of them.
Was it a new one or an old one?
This was a fairly. I mean, it wasn't a brand new one, but it was probably no more than about 5-year-old refrigerator.
Yeah. Okay. I would think the older refrigerators would be made out of thicker stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm telling you is that it worked for me. So, if anybody can situate their refrigerator in a position to where they can sleep on the side of it, because it has a refrigerator is wide enough to block you to where you can sleep on the side, on the side of the refrigerator, to where you're blocked.
That's not going to help you.
You have to be blocked all the way around, don't you?
Refrigerator is not going to help you. What you need to block is the whole top part of your head and your forehead.
My head was on the floor, and the refrigerator is how tall? The refrigerator is taller than me. I'm 5'6", refrigerator is 7.
Yeah.
7.
You're talking like
7
this
inches
is
tall.
come in one direction. It's not coming in one direction. It's coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
Just
See,
like an
Frank,
FM
So
radio.
let me explain it again.
Yeah.
At the
no,
window, the kitchen window, let me explain it. At the kitchen window, where they were directing the energies, right? I pulled the refrigerator out from where it was, next to the counter. I kind of pushed it out a little bit. I laid on the floor with pillows covered, my head behind the side of the refrigerator. So even if they continued to try to direct energies, they had to direct the energy over the top of the refrigerator, which couldn't get to me because I'm on the floor. So they tried to direct it to the side. They couldn't get to me because I'm blocked. I was blocked from the refrigerator. So I'm telling you, they could not get to me. I felt no energy weapons while being blocked by that refrigerator.
Mm.
Now you're saying it doesn't work. It works for me.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting it out there. I'm
Thank
pissed
you.
off today, you all. Please excuse me. I'm
No.
pissed today.
Who
I'm
isn't
pissed off.
pissed?
I'm just saying, I don't mean to sound, upset, but I'm pissed today.
I know.
I wasn't pissed yesterday, but I'm pissed today. Somebody ran from me today. I wish I had caught that person, but they ran from me walking down a neighborhood with all these colors on, the colors. And I was going to talk to them. They ran.
Mm.
Yeah, and if that works for you, that's great. Majority of people are affected by something that's as common as FM radio. I mean, if you put an FM radio in your pocket and you walk out in the middle of the woods with the FM radio, you take for granted that it's going to work there. Or down in the tunnels underneath Boston. Yeah, FM radio works, AM doesn't. That's what we learned right away. Well, this is for most.
Well, then if that's the case, why are they sending the? If that's the case, why are they sending the drones every damn day? And why are they sending them in the morning cloaking? That's what I know. I know they're coming because I hear them, but then I don't see them. I don't see them because they're cloaking. So yesterday I was in an area like near the front window. Okay, I was in the living room. I could feel the energy weapons. So I said, okay. And so they were out in the front of my house. So I said, okay, I need to read. I was trying to study something. So I sat on my steps, which is right near the back window. I was fine for about 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden I started feeling it again, and I said, God damn. And I looked out the window. They moved from the front to the back. So if it's anything else, why are they coming? I mean, I'm just saying, I don't, when they're not there, I don't feel anything. So I think it is the drones coming into people's home, in people's areas during the daytime, cloaking. They use a cloaking technology where you don't see them. So you don't know where it's coming from. You're thinking, what the hell? I don't see a drone. That's because they are cloaking.
Okay, I'll finish up what I was saying. Most people can walk out in the middle of nowhere and still be affected. So it emulates an FM radio to the degree that it's everywhere. I mean, I've gone from state to state to state to state to state, and it's still the same. It doesn't change. So what I'm telling you is, if that works for you, that's great. Majority of people are affected by something that actually surrounds you. It's not something that is aimed at you specifically. It's you are tracked by satellite within a 5-foot radius, and then
How do you know that? I can only go by what I see.
Okay, well, like I say,
I'm just saying, how do you know?
I've been doing a lot of studying. That's all I do. I devote my life to this.
Well, I can go by what I see. I see drones. I see drones, and I hear them during the daytime. And I think that when people are saying that they are being, and I'm not saying you're not wrong, Frank. I'm saying that some people should consider that when they are feeling the attack and they don't see anything, they have these drones that are cloaking,
That are above your house.
and they're cloaking. You can't see them because they're using a cloaking device. So you don't know where it's coming from. Understand, they're cloaking. It's another military technology, just like anti-gravity technology. It's another one that they're using. And so you're going crazy because you're thinking, I don't see anything. But if you think about it, you may have heard a flight come in. But you didn't see that flight come in. You may have heard it come in. And all of a sudden, it switches to anti-gravity, but now it's cloaking during the daytime because it's illegal. So they have to cloak. I'm sorry, Frank. I'm mad today, okay? So
that's okay.
You've been upset at me.
No.
Me because, I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. This is where you can vent. This is where you can tell it, like it is for you. And nobody's going to get mad at you. Nobody's going to dump you off the call. Nobody's going to mute you. The only time I mute anybody is if their line's noisy. Then I'll mute you and I'll say, show, hug, or fire within, your line's noisy or something like that. Then I'll mute you, but I don't mute anybody for, unless we had a woman on here.
That is what's happening, though. That's what's happening with a lot of TI. Maybe what you're saying, I don't know about that technology, but I know that's what's happening with a lot of TIs. These drones with the directed energy weapons, they're cloaking. That's why you don't see them. Look that technology up. That's why you don't see them.
I will have to do that because I can understand in basic principle how it's done, but I know that there's cloaking against radar that is accurate to the point it can make a fighter as big as a quarter. But that's for radar. But as far as this real cloaking, I've heard bits and pieces about it. I have not heard anything that was actually what I would call concrete, but I will look.
The reason why I'm saying cloaking is because one day I was trying to take a video, right? So what they're doing to me is they're disabling my Apple video feature. Sometimes they try to block me from taking the video. Well, and that's how I know that it's them, because they affected my phone. But anyway, one day I was trying to take a video, and they have been trying to hide from me. And lo and behold, I saw something like a mesh come over this aircraft, which whited that doggone aircraft out in front of my eyes. I says, oh my God. Another one I saw was cloaking in the clouds. The weather was bad, sort of, and it was clouds out there. Well, this one was cloaking, but you know what caught him? The clouds caught him. You could see the plane, and you could see the clouds moving in the direction of the plane, like he was pushing the clouds in front of him, but you couldn't see the aircraft. So I was like, no, they're not cloaking. These crafts are cloaking, trying to prevent me from taking the video. That's how I learned about it. Then I saw it with my own eyes first, and then I started looking it up, and that's when I knew what these planes were doing. That's how I know. And I have a video of it too. I have a video of the first attempt to cloak. This one plane was cloaking. I have a video of it. He immediately switched it on when he saw that I was trying to take a video.
Wow.
And I caught it on camera. I'm finished. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm upset. Just please forgive me. I'm through. I'm through, Frank. I'm not gonna talk no more.
You can talk as much as you want.
Keep talking.
No, see, every time somebody speaks and they come up with an idea, or they come up with, what's going on for them, I take notes on it. I've got a notepad open on my screen all the time. And every time I hear something like that, yeah, I take notes on it.
Send me the video.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Send me the video she has.
The video of the cloaking, I can do that. I got copies of it. Yeah, you're gonna be like, wow.
Yeah,
Just,
really.
just as I got ready to take the video, the thing switched to cloaking, but the clouds caught him. The clouds caught him.
I wanted to know if anyone has noticed. We had a lot of trees around our house, and lately, what I've noticed is a lot of dead trees, or trees that have been, they haven't been cut down. They're, if you look at them, it's almost as though
Somebody stripped the bark off them and they're just sitting there.
yeah, or maybe they've been like, I wouldn't say they were laser burnt, but it was definitely ripped, like broken down, you know, and a lot of them, like all around us, in all the different areas where I'm seeing lights coming from.
When I lived with my daughter,
Mm-hmm.
one of the things that I noticed is that from my perp's house, this one specific perp who was perping me all the time with directed energy weapons, he had the area where he was shooting from, his lawn was dead.
Yeah.
We had a great big lawn in the front of our house. I mean, a great big lawn. And you could actually see the fingers of where the pulses were coming from his house and going toward my bedroom.
Yeah. It's the trees that are heading towards our bedroom that,
right,
those are the ones in all directions.
Vegetation of any kind is very sensitive to electromagnetic devices.
Wow.
Yeah. He changed position, and he was going into the backyard of the woman across the street from him, who was my two neighbors up, and he was shooting through her fence, through our fence, and hitting me in my bedroom. Well, where he was hitting me was a big, beautiful rhododendron bush, and what it was doing is it was hitting the whole top of the rhododendron bush, and it turned the branches. It was almost like somebody drew a line across this tree, and the whole top, half of it was bleached yellow, a pale yellow, almost a white, and the bottom was normal.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
All the vegetation that he kept hitting and coming at me suffered. I had a small herb garden. He was coming through that and almost killed all my herbs. He was at that side. We had a beautiful dogwood. That side of the dogwood tree, the whole branches on that side were all dead.
Wow.
Anytime you're in doubt of which direction you're being hit from, get a couple of plants and put them in that area. If they go dead, that's where it's coming from.
Okay.
Sure sign of it.
I have now, I'm pretty sure it's coming from 7 different places, all around. Like,
I'm not in doubt. Do they switch sides or switch days?
I look at night and I see the lights coming from those places just about every night. You know?
All of them?
Yeah, and there's a couple of them that must be stronger than others because I can actually feel myself vibrating when I'm looking at the lights there, you know. And the thing is, my kids, you know, my kids are older. They're visiting for Christmas time. They don't feel anything, and so they're like, "It's all in your head, Mom. You know, it's not really happening." And I don't know how they can't feel it, and I can feel it. You know. I just don't understand.
Well, you know, what they've done is they've probably hit you so much that you're sensitized to it. And this is what happens to a lot of targets. You have to be sensitized to the gang stalking. You have to be sensitized to the directed energy weapons. If you were not made aware of what's going on, you'd be in oblivion like you were before. You wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
But wouldn't your body suffer though, whether you know or not?
Sure,
My
sure,
body, my body was suffering. I just didn't know it.
right,
I mean, I thought I was getting dementia or something from,
right.
know.
Or like you say, your kid got a hit in the head. You'd think it was a headache, or
Yeah,
you'd get a twinge and say, "Oh, wow, that hurts,"
Right, and that's
and
what I had.
not thinking
I didn't know.
anything of it.
right.
Yeah, I
I
had to
see.
go. I went and got a sleep study thinking I had narcolepsy.
Yes, they told me I did have it too. I know.
Right. I was on a bus one time, and my perps had zoned in on where I was sitting. I was sitting between two women. I got up and I moved 2 seats back, and I was watching them, and they were hitting me exactly where I was.
Oh,
And these two ladies were getting hit and acted like it didn't bother them at all.
wow. And that's the hardest thing, you know?
You got to be sensitized, I believe, to this stuff.
Well, I'm taking classes now at a community college, and they have students there that are actually assigned to me, I guess. And they'll
For
be, they start using their computer, and I can feel my whole, my body just shaking.
You're
And-
sensitized to it. You're sensitized
Yeah.
to
I wanted to know what kind of protection I can use when I'm out in public, because that's when it's the toughest, you know? I can,
and nine people.
I
What?
was at a meeting the other day,
uh-huh,
and I felt the same type of sensation that I felt from the directed energy weapons to my head,
yeah,
and I knew that there was a person doing it.
yeah,
I looked around. There were no windows. I was in a basement, and it was impossible for any directed energy weapons. Nobody was using their phone. No electronics were turned on. So I knew that it was a person. It was a perp in that room.
yeah. Oh, I know.
So one of those students might be a perp.
Oh, I know for certain. And they, students, they're younger, they look so guilty, yeah, you can tell when a kid's doing it. They almost have this evil grin on their face, I like to think of, and they don't know what they're doing, they've been totally boondoggled into doing that,
When I'm out in public, I hide behind people.
Yeah. Oh,
That's a good idea.
I've been I've been putting tin foil under my clothing. And as long as they don't come near me, they don't have to hear it crinkling and everything, but it helps a little bit. That's why I wanted to know if there was any kind of like armor you could wear when you're out.
From what I understand, tin foil acts as an antenna if it's not grounded.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So it's worse on me if I use it then.
Yeah, you got to ground that stuff.
Oh,
So
great.
the electricity goes right through you.
Wow.
I have a question for you. When you're in a crowd of, we'll say, 50 people, and you're directly in the center of the crowd, how do the other people keep from getting hit?
They do get hit,
They have to be getting hit.
but they're not sensitized to it like we are.
Have you seen anybody complain around you?
I have been, like I said, sitting in a bus, and I got up and moved, and these two ladies got hit, and it didn't bother them. But I know that I was getting hit, and that's why I moved.
Hang on a minute. I'm gonna do what you want, baby.
You're sensitized to this stuff.
Yeah. And plus, I don't know, I feel they must have, if you have those inserts in you, which have a certain frequency, and they know what that is, all they have to do is call that up, and be hitting you with that. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but that's what I'm thinking. How can I be laying right next to my husband in bed and he doesn't notice that I am shaking like a leaf and he's not, it's just. to some
One
degree.
of the things that I discovered when I first became a target is that these devices are long distance. They go through walls. They can be person specific.
Yeah. How?
They
Yeah.
can keep you in the bed with your husband next to you, and it won't affect him, but it'll affect you.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can specific an organ.
Uh-huh.
They can pulse your
Oh,
organ.
they've done. I know that. That's for sure.
Right. I know a lot of people differ with me on this subject. They think it comes from your head, and they're targeting the certain parts of your brain that control that organ. But I've seen them come in and hit me in a specific organ, and I know it's coming from outside. It's not in my head.
Yeah.
Can
So-
I ask you about the aluminum copper? It's like aluminum foil sheet, but you got aluminum copper sheet.
Aluminum copper.
Like foil sheet, it's aluminum. It's not like the aluminum foil. You got copper foil.
I've used copper that's about a 30 seconds of a 130 seconds thick. I put it in the back of my van seat. I had a van, and they pulsed me through the copper, and they left a mark on that was about 12 inches long, about 6 inches wide in the middle. It was elliptical, and it turned the copper bright blue in different colors.
Wow.
So
Why are they doing? You know, like, come on. This is
Test. Can anybody hear me?
they increase the amplitude.
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, you can.
Sure. Welcome.
Oh, great. Thanks. I've been working on this for a half hour. Trying to get
You're
this
fine.
microphone to work. All right.
Has anybody tried lead? I know you have, Barb, but a lot of people stay away from lead foil because of the fact that it is lead. But what we're experimenting with now is lead covered with epoxy, and the epoxy will protect you from the effects of the chemicals that are actually in the lead.
How'd it work?
We'll find out when we get it done.
I tried this tin foil that you use that they have for roasting pans. It's like the real heavy tin foil.
Yeah.
And I bent it over a bowl, and then it was a great big one, like for a turkey. And then I stuck it over the top of my head, and it did seem to work pretty good, but I haven't figured out how to sleep in it yet.
I know.
So
Maybe
I'm
you
gonna
put a hat on underneath it, you know?
Well, but the roasting pan is real big, and it so it kind of drips over the edges, and I'm thinking that helps if it drips over the edges. But I'm gonna try going to like the dollar store and see how big of a piece I can get of the thicker tin foil stuff, and then I'm gonna try and fashion like a aviator hat out of it, because that's kind of the style that I can think of to sleep in. And then I've got a leather one. I can maybe put it over my leather one, and then try and figure something out there. But I think those reverse magnets, I think that guy's got something there. Only thing is, the magnets are so expensive. There's like $300 worth of magnets on your head.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know what I did? I
Stinson.
taped together some refrigerator magnets in the shape of a halo, and I wear that around my head during the day. And it does help, but I need more. I need it to cover the top of my head as well. But refrigerator magnets are great.
I think the reverse part of it is good, where you sandwich two of them together, and you do something to keep them together, but they're like the opposite fields. So in order to get them together, it takes some strength, especially if you have bigger ones.
They would have the same field.
Well,
No.
Same fields. Yeah, the same fields.
I think it would confuse the rays. I think that's the general, the general way to scientifically do it. But I'm going to try it with some magnets I can afford.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to get like $300 worth of magnets. I'm going to get maybe
a lot of people
$50 or something.
Played with them. I don't know how successful they were. I haven't heard anything about them in a long time. But the only magnets I've been hearing about lately is Robert Stinson he was like he wants $300 or so for them.
Yeah, that's the guy. No, the magnets are $300 if you want to make it yourself.
Right.
And then you add everything else onto there, and it's another $100. So it's $400 just to make it yourself. But like I said, and he has the magnets that you can put the screw in the middle, and then you can put, I think he puts a rivet in the middle and punches a rivet through them. But that's what I want to do, but I just can't afford those expensive magnets. They're like 50 cents a piece,
The rare earth magnets, is that what they are?
Yeah, but they have a lot of pull.
Yeah, they do. They're really strong.
And yeah, that's where the expense comes in. The more pull, the more expensive they are.
You can go online, and get them through China. And
that's what he does.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I went to his link. Yeah, they're only 50 cents. Otherwise, they're like 64 cents.
Yeah.
But I want to put them on a piece of cloth too, or on, I don't know about leather, but something to where you can wear it to bed. He says, oh, you can wear this to bed. It takes a while to get used to. I thought, I'm not going to get used to wearing that to bed.
The cup. Yeah.
The helmet.
Oh, he says he's got a cup, universal cup for the groin.
Oh yeah, that's another one of his products. Yeah.
No thanks. I know that some women, this was a long time ago. I haven't heard this in a long time. They've taken wet sand and put it in baggies that don't break. And then they've molded it to their crotch and worn that.
Wow.
Now they said that wet sand, it's got to be wet sand. I imagine that would be cold.
I was looking online, and they had these Faraday underwear for men. But I suppose you could wear them for women too. What was
in them?
It's made out of this special material that's supposed to block RF waves, and you could even put your phone in it, and it wouldn't be able to pick up a signal from the Wi-Fi or anything like that too. So it was.
I've used shungite, slivers of shungite.
What's that?
That's it's supposed to be, it's like the oldest stone in the world. Not sure whether it came from outer space or something. I don't know. It's millions of years old. It only comes from one place, and that's in Russia, and one location in Russia, and they use it to block EMF.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can buy it. I just bought, and it purifies water, and there's other uses for it. But I bought like the stones and found all the chips in the stones and put them all together and pasted them in my underwear.
Oh my goodness.
Did it work?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. They don't bother me anymore there much, It was just like a phase, so it went, I got through it, and that was it. I just wish I could get through this tonight, these, attacks on my head at night.
That's what I'm having difficulty with, too.
Yeah, I think it's probably on the similar programs, if you want to call it that.
I was listening to a video today by Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Have you ever heard of it?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. Well, he did a speech, and he said in there that the reason he said that Hitler knew what he was doing. What happened was he made most of his major speeches at night, and the people who were listening to his speech were tired from their day of work. And he said also stress. When people were stressed, it opens the subconscious like a ripe melon. So if you put these two elements together, sleep deprivation and stress, all targets are subjected to, it opens our subconscious to whatever these creatures want to drop into it and trigger you with and manipulate you with and control you with. It's a really good speech, and I should put the link in the chat. Are you both in the chat?
Yeah.
I am.
Are you interested in this, reading this or listening to this?
I would like to see it.
Okay, I'll see if
I look
can
at everything people put
I
in
know.
chat.
Me too.
Well, this is very, very interesting because he talks about hypnotism. He talks about how Pavlov did. What they do is that they use stress and they use sleep deprivation, and then they use the techniques that Pavlov developed and use them on humans, and that's basically what they were doing to targets.
Hey, Barbara, I'll tell you what I'm working on right now, but I just don't want to announce it to my perps. So
Okay.
if I can get, you got my email. Can you email me your phone number or?
I'll put my email in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll send you my phone number because I'll tell you what I'm working for that, you know, for the same problem we got.
Hey, let me get this because it was, I found it absolutely fascinating what he was talking about.
So Frank, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, did you all get the name of a lawyer, Gerald Dibble, that's working for TIs? I believe he's out of New York.
I just heard about that. I just got I got an email and a couple of texts on that.
Where did that go?
What did you hear from?
Yeah, his name's Gerald Dibble. And,
Oh, Dibble?
Gerald Dibble, Dibble, and his phone number is 715-316-8571. And he has a technical team of engineers and electronic experts and all that he's trying to help TIs to bring lawsuits against these people.
Yeah, but he's not going anywhere. You know, he's been around for about a year now, and I'd be careful. Just be careful. Don't send him any money.
No, he doesn't want any money.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Yes, he does.
Yeah, well, he says, at first, of course, it's going to cost, but the more that he's willing to put his own money in, because the more lawsuits he gets, the more money he's going to make. But he does require, like, I have a meter to where I can point it in certain directions and pick up on these frequencies. And he says if he can bring him some evidence, of course, that's always the bottom line. You got to be able to prove the stuff, which that's the biggest problem. But, there are meters that pick up these signals, and at least he's willing to look at the people's complaints and all that and have people, his professionals look at it. So yeah, he did sound like
He did an interview on Ella Free's talk show.
right.
Did you know that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, the more lawyers
Never called
involved with this, the better. I mean, it does sound like he's interested in helping TIs.
Yeah, the problem is not actually the lawyers. It is finding the appropriate target.
You trying to take the what's name off?
Hold on a second.
You gotta go to menu.
Wait a minute. I just wanted to finish up. Yeah, it's not so much about the lawyers. There's plenty of lawyers around. You got to find the exact target to point at with the lawyer. Like, say the lawyer's a gun, okay, or a weapon. You have to find out exactly who it is. Press charges, and make them stick. Now, if you're going to go after the federal government, you got to find which branch, who, which, when, where, why. You have to have specifics. And as of yet, I have not seen anyone with specifics in terms of who they're going to sue. Okay, I'm all for these lawsuits. I mean, we've all lost a lot. What do you place? What is that noise?
I'm inside of a store. What did you hear? I just unmuted though.
It's interference from somewhere.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you have to find a target, an exact position where this stuff has come from. And as soon as that's accomplished, we're good to go. You'll see lawyers team up from all over the country once we have found a target, and you'll know it the next day.
Okay, so you've got people all over the country, right?
Right.
You've got this network of rogue cops, rogue military, whatever organization they are a part of. You've got rogue
EMTs, rogue firefighters,
rogue doctors, right? So that's impossible. That's impossible to find like one person.
Rogue sheriff's office.
Right.
The only way, I'm not saying the only way, but what I'm saying is that you have to, like, for example, FAA, right? There is a person in FAA that's allowing these drones. They are allowing them. A lot of these drones are illegal. Whether they're military or not, they're still illegal because there are regulations as far as altitude. There's regulations as far as cloaking. And of course, if you can prove directed energy weapons coming from them, the regulations is definitely with that. So you have to go after the agencies that's permitting this. That's the face.
I just got a drone video. The headline was the feds are giving drones to the local police all over the nation.
Oh my.
That's been out for a long time.
Right, but guess who manages that? Guess who actually has the laws and regulations to allow that? The FAA.
Yeah.
No, the Federal Aviation Administration.
Right.
Oh, but you said feds. I'm thinking about FBI when you said feds. So what I'm saying is that if they are permitting violations of the laws that's coming out of their agency, that's the face. Those are the people I think that Target should be looking at. Those that's allowing it.
But there has to be some evidence that backs all that up. And I know you've seen it and stuff like that. They need a lot of evidence to be able to prove that too, though.
The evidence is
so covert.
The evidence is no. The evidence is based on the FAA laws. Okay, what's the FAA laws? When you see a drone in your area, that drone is definitely below 400 feet in altitude or 500 feet in altitude, and then it depends on the area that you're in. The area that you're in. Okay, so what is the altitude for that drone? I know my area where I live, drones are restricted. So drones are restricted, right? This is a restricted area. So first of all, then you are permitted every day 3, 4, 5, 6 drones every day flying in this restricted area. So why are you permitting this? Oh, because the operation has been approved by the FAA. What operation? What is the operation? So that's where you have to kind of like try to figure out why is the FAA permitting drones in an area or military drones in an area that's restricted?
Because the feds want
And then
it.
you got to understand.
They're giving
I'm
all
talking
the
about look, as far as evidence is concerned, I'm talking about looking at the laws in your area. Less than these drones are flying close to my house and other people's houses. They're also, in altitude is in violation. Also, the fact
How do you
that
know?
they come
Wait a
every
minute.
day.
How do you know the altitude is in violation?
Yeah.
Because it's specified. Because if you read the FAA laws, it goes in complete detail about what is required as far as altitude for these drones. It tells you that.
Okay, what is it?
If it's a military helicopter drone, and that's what's coming into my area, it has to be above 500. In my area, it has to be above 500 feet. But I see these things through my trees, and I know doggone well my trees are way lower than 500 feet. So that's one violation that the FAA is permitted. The other violation is this is a restricted area. So if you permitted this operation to go on for 2 months, and for these drones to be out and about at night from 6 o'clock until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning until daybreak, what goddamn operation is this? So that's a lie too. That's a violation too. So the FAA actually is doing something illegal along with these people because their regulations saying this is a restricted area. So what did you permit? What the hell did you permit for something to be going on for 2 or 3 months every day?
Do you have a video?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a video?
I just told you I have hundreds of videos.
Great.
Oh, why don't you send them to the FAA?
That's not how you deal with the situation. What I'm trying to help people understand is there is evidence. Evidence is going to have to start off being based on the regulations.
All right, so call up this attorney. Call up this attorney Dibble in New York because he can go nationwide, and tell him. See if he'll take your case.
I'm not trying to get that attorney to take my case. All I'm just trying to help people understand, unless I'm on the wrong line, I'm trying to get people to understand there is a way to get evidence.
Oh, okay.
And you don't have to know, you don't necessarily have to know who is manning those drones. You don't have to know the person's name. You don't have to know that. You have to know each and every. You just have to know each and every violation. And the way you look at that is, one violation is, are you in a restricted area? One. If you are in a restricted area, why are they there? Two.
What would designate a restricted
area? Altitude. That's 3. That's you're gathering that type of evidence.
Okay, Frank.
You don't have to know exactly who the person is. And the person that's responsible for making sure that these violations don't happen with these drones, that's the FAA. So somebody in the FAA is responsible.
You've got a bad echo.
Okay, I'm going to mute the whole room. Caller 8, you were speaking. Barbara, you were speaking.
Like you said, Frank. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's better. You couldn't. We couldn't understand you.
I said there's a way to get evidence. You can start off with understanding if your area is a restricted area. If it is, that's one violation, right?
How do you know
so if it's a
restricted
listen
area?
to me.
How do you know?
Oh, you find that out through your city. You find that out through your city. You find that out through your city codes. You find that out through calling the city or calling the county and asking about your area, talking with someone and asking to point you to where the regulations are with requirements for drones in your area. How high can they fly?
Oh, okay.
Where are the laws? You want to be pointed to where those laws are. You call your city. And then once you,
Excuse me, ma'am. We've had people that have actually called the FAA, and they have gotten flight plans. They're now trying to get numbers off of the drones. So I suggest your county and city can give you the information, but the FAA can also give you the information, and they can also give you flight plans in the area. Like if such and such police department is using a drone in that area. So
right.
you're giving some very good information. Fantastic. And you should add the FAA to your list, and you'll have a pretty good list.
Yeah, and once you research those regulations, for me, for example, okay, they told me it's an approved operation. Okay, so one thing is when you have an approved operation of military or police helicopters flying in a restricted area, you have to make a public announcement. So you have to make a public announcement.
Make a public announcement.
It has the news. You have to let the news channels know to announce to the citizens that there will be this operation, military or police operation in your area. Do not be frightened. There has not been one public announcement. That's a requirement too. See, everything that's being done is being done without following the rules and regulations. That's why I said you have to announce this. You cannot have your citizens wondering what the hell is going on. All these drones every night coming in for 2 months in a row. What's going on? And nobody knows. Is it a criminal in the area? Is it somebody that the police are searching for? They announce that kind of stuff on the news so the people won't be frightened. But no, that's a requirement that they didn't do either. So if this is an approved operation, why? Why is it an approved operation when none of the other requirements were followed? That's why you gather that type of information. This is for me, but I'm just saying other people, you got to start thinking there is evidence, but the evidence is going to be based on regulations that exist. You can't say, well, I don't know who's flying that drone, so I can't get no evidence. Yes, the hell you can, because that drone not supposed to be there. So who's regulating that drone? You may not know who's manning that drone, but you better know who's regulating that drone. There's somebody regulating that drone. That's the evidence. That's where you point your finger to. There's plenty of evidence to be collected. Plenty of evidence to be collected. Plenty.
Well, you know something? I thought I had evidence. I took him into court, and you know what the judge did? Completely ignored everything I did.
I don't know what kind of evidence you had. What kind of evidence did you have?
I had a video. My perp across the street took what looked like a gun. He broke it. He loaded it. He cocked it, and then he aimed it at my security camera. I got him on tape, brought him into court with that, showed it to the judge. He asked my perp, he said, well, do you own a gun? Perp said, no. Did you ever fire a gun? Perp said, no. Completely ignored the rest of it.
Did you call the police and do a police report? Because if you had a police report, then the judge would not have been able to ignore that.
Because his father was a retired policeman. The perp behind him, the perp over him.
Well, that's your situation. I'm so sorry that happened. But
wait a minute. the perp over him is the deputy fire chief in my town, and his brother is second in command at the police department. Now, I'm not
Okay.
going to the police department and make a report. And I told the judge that. He said, why didn't you make it? Why didn't you make? And I said, because his
Right.
father's retired police.
Look, it's still a crime. See, that's the thing. When it's a true crime, when it's a real crime, you have to file that police report.
No, I
When it
don't,
is a
because if
true-
I go in there, they're going to start asking me questions. I'm going to tell them to
Look,
fuck
all you do
off,
is
and they're going to
tell them-
arrest me and throw me in the loony.
Okay, so
bin. I ain't going.
well then, see, let me tell you something about policemen. Some policemen follow strict laws, strict rules. There
Right.
are some policemen that will take the police report when it's a valid report. They will do that. We can't say all policemen will not take our report.
You don't
So if this
understand
is-
about
if it's a
my
real-
town. All first responders in my town know about this. All first
Okay, so-
responders in my town take part in this. And the ones that know about this are complicit because they don't say
Okay.
anything against the ones
So,
that.
but we got hundreds and thousands we got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of TIs, and so every situation is not the same. So some TIs might be thinking, well, don't go to the policeman because they did this to you, Barbara. But Barbara, I'm sorry that happened to you. But if that happened to me, knowing that it happened to you, I still would have to, in my situation, have to take a chance and go to the police and report it. I believe that if something like that happened to me, they would actually take the police report. And then I could have that report. Like the judge asked you why you didn't file a report.
Right.
Well, that's the first thing they're going to look at. Why you didn't, he's not going to care about that. He's not going to
he
listen to
better
that.
care about that, because then when he turned around, when I came back in, I couldn't get the video to play that time. So I had to come back because I went up to Apple and they fixed it for me so that I could play it in court. So when I went to court, you know what he did? He took me out of the public venue and put me in a private courtroom. So
Right,
there was
because
just
he's
me
he's
and the
part of it. He
perp
didn't-
and Stephanie. He didn't want
Right, he
anybody
didn't want
else
nobody
know
to hear
about
it.
this. Right.
Right.
But see, I didn't know that. See, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even recall. The only reason I knew that there was a courtroom is because I followed my perp out of the courtroom I was in. We're in the big public one, and I was wondering where he was going.
I don't know what's going on.
Look, Barbara.
Yeah, Frank.
They have Barbara, they have
So he took me to the. So I followed my perp into the small courtroom, and I was like, "What the hell's going on here?" And it
Barbara,
caught me completely off guard.
Barbara, well, okay. So what I'm saying is, kind of looking at it a different way. Okay, so they have a phone number, main headquarters, police headquarters. If you couldn't get the assistance of the policeman, like right in your area, they have like main headquarters. You could have sent your information to the main headquarters.
Right. That's it.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that you filed it with the policeman in your area, and
I
they
didn't
chose
file
not
it
to
with
do anything
anybody.
about it.
I didn't
You
file
said,
it with
you didn't call at all.
I
you
went
didn't
down
call
to
them at
the
all.
courthouse and filed down there.
And so the judge asked you why you didn't file a police report, right?
Right.
See,
And I
that's the step.
Because
You're not understanding. Can somebody help her understand? You're not understanding.
you
The
want
judge is not going to really pay you a whole lot of attention.
Yeah, you want a
No, not the paper trail. That's not what I'm saying. The first step would have been to file a police report. That's what the judge is going to look at. The judge is going to look at you and say, why would this woman not file a police report? I don't have to hear this because I don't
told
have
him
any
in
evidence.
court why.
Listen to me. It's not what you tell him. Will somebody help her? It's not what you tell him. It's what they actually see. It's what they actually see. If you didn't have a piece of paper of a police report, he can kind of like blow you off, because that's what they're going to want to see. They're going to want to see the evidence of the police report. other than that, they don't have anything. You don't have anything to stand on in front of a judge when you're talking about a crime like that.
Wait a
I
minute.
want somebody to
What am
help
I
her
gonna tell the
understand.
police? What am I going to tell the police? This guy's pulsing me,
If you
or I
have
got a video.
if you
I got
have
a
proof to
video.
show that he is pulsing you, then you can report him.
I have a video that he threatened me with what appeared to be a gun
And that's
on
what
my
you were
security.
supposed to take. That's what you
I
were
did
supposed
take
to
it
take to the
with
police
me to
department.
the court. That's what
No,
I
the
took
police
to the
department.
court.
No, that's not the step. You were supposed to file charges against him at the police department.
I did. I went down to the courthouse and filled it out down to the courthouse. My charges and the sheet. I overstepped the police department and I went right to the courthouse and filed a report there against him. That's how I got him in court. That's how I got myself in court. The judge ignored everything. He ignored the video. He ignored everything. Because everybody in my neighborhood is either related to a cop, their father's a cop, their brother's a cop, their husband's a cop. Everybody around me that was harassing me with pulse devices was related to a cop. That's why.
That's sick.
His father died. His father was a retired lieutenant. And the judge knew it. My next door neighbor, his son is a cop. Her husband on the other side of her husband died because he contracted hepatitis C through a criminal. And that's a good way to scare a cop. Tell them you got hepatitis C and they won't touch you. They'll get gloves on.
Well, can I just interject something here?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, I think the big picture, and a lot of us know this, the big picture is not only are the cops in on it, the judges in the court system are in on it, the medical system is in on it. I mean, the problem is there's so many people in on it. It's hard for a TI to get to first base with any of this thing. That's why we haven't gotten anywhere with it, because we're
Tony
being
Poland,
cut off at the pass.
very smart, who had more money than I. He went into the government files and he downloaded files all about this program, and he told me that in this program we are considered enemy. We are considered the bad guys. And
Right.
this is what we are in their computers. We're the bad guys, we're the enemy. So
Yeah, that's what they
where we
called me
are.
on that little piece of paper they left at my house. I was considered,
What did they
I
say?
was identified as the enemy.
Right.
Or truly evil.
Right. He said this whole program is right there in black and white. Cost him, I think, $2,000 for one of the files on it. That's why we haven't been able to get it, because all these files, the government wants money, and that's how they keep things hidden. They charge so much for it, you can't afford to get these files unless, you got bucks. And that's what Tony did. And that's how he figured out this program and told me all about it, what was going on. Is if you're a target, you're named as an enemy. Like I was named as a dissident activist and a whistleblower, which is what I am. And that's why my name was put on the list, and I am considered an enemy. I'm in the same category as Assange and Snowden, for God's sakes.
Who actually looks like a pretty good guy right now.
I got kicked off the phone. I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened, but I missed everything. I missed that question.
EMTs are consider me the enemy. They call me in for jury duty, right? So I went into jury duty and I gave my name to the cop that signed you in for where they put everybody in a room and the attorneys decide who they want or not. Mm-hmm. And he read my file for 15 minutes before he let me in. I said to him, what are you reading? What's going on? Why am I waiting here? He said, I'm not finished yet. 15 minutes, he read my file. I don't know what the hell was in that computer, but I sure would like to know.
I know.
Okay, well,
This is what I'm telling you. This town has so much nepotism. The mayor was in office for 23 years. All of his sons-in-laws were in the head of the deputy fire chief, head of maintenance, teacher. His daughter was a teacher. The other one is head of treasury. They're still here. They're still in this government. They still have
yeah,
power in
they
this
want
town.
us to be scared. They want
It's
us to be scared,
nepotism. It's nepotism.
but they
That's
want
why.
us to be frightened. And you
That's
know
why.
what?
That's why
They can do
Trump got
whatever the
all
hell
his
they want to
relatives in
do, you
there
know?
too. It consolidates their power.
They do too much to us. You don't even feel frightened about it, though. You know, it's
No, I don't.
yeah.
I hope they crash their cars, and I hope that their children die.
Well,
Oh, come, that's horrible. Don't say that.
I know that's
Oh
not.
yes, I
Don't say
do.
that.
These son of
You
a
don't
bitches.
want that.
You don't understand what they did to me. They threw me downstairs. They broke my ankle. They gave me a concussion. They went after my kids. They turned my whole family against me. You don't
Yeah.
understand. This has been 24 years of fucking hell.
Mm.
I want them all dead.
But that's
Okay.
not gonna. That's not
Well,
gonna
you're
get
not,
to
you
you
can't
24
say that,
years
Barbara.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, Barbara, you don't really mean that because, you know, you're not that kind of person they are.
Yeah.
You know, you don't mean that.
Mm.
You work over
Okay,
here.
how's this? I want them taken out in the public square, and I want them to take thick black tar and cover them from head to foot with tar and let it solidify and feather it like they used
Yeah.
to do in the old days, tar and feather them. That's what I want done to them so that they can't get this off their skin unless they take their skin off, and everybody wherever they go will know what they've done and who they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or I could build a guillotine. That would be fun.
I see a familiar face, perp following me. But I'm in a store. Yeah, Barbara, that's horrible what they did to you. That is
Yeah.
terrible.
Oh, you don't know
That
the
is
half
so
of it.
horrible.
You don't know the half.
Barbara, have your kids come back to you? Have your kids accepted that this is really going on to you at this
Every
point?
time they do something to help me, they get nailed to the wall. The car
Oh.
gets broken. Right now, my grandson took me over with him. He's trying to get insurance for a truck he bought, and he's deathly sick.
So that's
It isn't an accident. Every
oh.
time my kids try to help me out, take me shopping, or something happens to the truck, something happens to somebody.
Wow.
And I know it, and they let me know what they're doing.
Wow.
So, you know, I can't hang around with my kids. I can't hang around with my granddaughter. I can't hang around my great granddaughter. I can't hang around with anybody in my family because it spills over onto them. And they've been doing that for years. You know, they let me know. They let me know exactly what they're doing. These son of a bitches in this town, I wish the worst on them. I wish the worst on them.
Well, we've all gone through so much. We've all lost so many years. It's working towards 7 for me. So this is why the court system is going to have to once again reevaluate what a human life is worth per day. And it's going to be a very difficult thing to do, but there's literally going to be billions and billions of dollars awarded to people. And
People are now starting to wake up, Frank. Out west, have you been reading about that Agenda 21?
yes, yeah,
They're starting
waking
to
up.
wake up.
they're waking up everywhere, and it's taken countries like Poland and events in Cuba to open people's eyes. And a typical example of government evaluation of an event is they say that the events in Cuba were caused by cicadas, which are grasshoppers. So, who is slinging the BS? I mean, those people actually got ruptured eardrums, brain damage. Some of them are incapacitated. They came back to the U.S. and were isolated, I believe, in Tennessee University or a university down south somewhere. I'm not sure. I think it was Tennessee. But they are not allowed. They're under a gag order. They're not allowed to speak. They're sequestered like a jury. They cannot speak to anyone. And so their human rights are being violated. Ours are being violated. And some stupid grasshopper crawling around somewhere is being violated. So, I mean, the grasshoppers are all going to jail. Grasshopper prison.
There's a lot of things that I'll forgive them for. I don't care about the broken ankle. I don't care about the concussion. I don't care about the constant 24/7 harassment. I don't care about any of that. But the fact that they alienated me from my children, from my grandchildren, from my great-granddaughter, that they did so much damage to them, I ain't going to forgive them for that.
That's a
Because
lot.
if I had the chance, let me tell you, I would take it. They better not give me the opportunity.
You're just a mama bear, that's all.
I don't care what they do to me. I don't care what they do to me. But you know something? They fucked with my kids. They fucked with my daughter. I was in bed one night, right? Now, my bed is in a straight line from my perp's house to my son-in-law's house. Now, I don't know if any of you know this, but these pulses, they can curve them. They can curve them. They curve. And what they did was this son of a bitch pulsed me really, really hard. He made it curve up and it hit my son-in-law. You know what my son-in-law said? Because I could hear him. I lived in a basement cellar apartment and his bedroom was right next to mine. And I could hear him say, "Go kill him." So it isn't that my family didn't know about these. My whole family knows what's going on. All my neighbors in this apartment building know what's going on. They've hit them, and they've hit them and pulsed them. And the reason they've done that is so that these people will flip and go against me, turn against me. They'll blame me for what's going on rather than blaming these son of a bitches out here on the street driving by.
That's what my kids are doing to me, Barbara, right now. They're blaming me for all this stuff that's going on.
Right, right. What you have to do is you have to love them from afar. Because if you hang out with them or talk to them or be part of their lives, they'll go after them.
So
and if you want that, that's okay.
Yeah,
you know.
It'll keep them
But
safe.
I don't.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I've learned to do. Another target told me that because I was absolutely crushed. I mean, I was totally crushed that I couldn't be with my kids.
Yeah.
And they told me what you have to do is you have to love them from afar. Because if you get near them, they're going to go after them. And they go after them anyway.
Yeah. They're going after... I have a son who's a sophomore in college, and he's like, he woke up one day and his foot was, he couldn't even walk on it, you know? And I'm like, did you hit it with anything? Nothing, you know? And all I could think of was they attacked him. One of his roommates has to be a perp, you know? And plus the boyfriends and the girlfriends, You just
Yeah.
know it. You just know
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And
They let you know it. My perps let me know.
yeah,
They're very obvious about what they've done to my family. Like I said about my son-in-law.
yeah.
That hit me first, and then it went up and hit him.
Wow.
And I knew it hit him. And
Mm.
they've done it to my daughter. They've done it to my granddaughter. They've done it to my other son-in-law, my other grandson.
Wow.
Because I lived with them, you know.
Yeah.
Here I'm living by myself, so I'm kind of away from them, and you know, they give me a ride in the van, and then they turn around and they made my grandson so angry he broke the window.
Um,
You know, they do things like that. Because I remember having a fight with my daughter.
mhm.
And as I'm standing there and I'm mouthing these words in such intense heat, anger, um, I know that this is a script.
Oh, that they're putting. Yeah.
Right. Even as I'm saying it, I'm saying to myself, I know what I'm going to say before I say it. I knew that this was planned. This whole argument between us, we were going at each other tooth and nail, and I knew what they were doing. And you know something? I couldn't do anything about it. I was so programmed that I couldn't even turn around and walk away.
Wow.
That's how deeply these triggers hit you. People don't realize that and then when they hit you with a trigger and you do something like that, they usually have a handler waiting somewhere around, outside or nearby or in the house, making sure that you carry out the task that you're carrying out,
Mhm.
whatever the task is, you know.
No, I don't have any personal experience at all with close range weapons. I do, however, have patents on them.
Do you have Pat?
Yeah, I have patents. Uh, in fact, they're DEW. They say directed energy weapons right on them. I've posted them a number of times, and nobody even comments on them. I'm not sure who opens them up and looks at them, but I'm going to put them on our new website. I've got the first page up, or the skeleton of the first page. I'll show it to
Hey,
you
Frank,
later on. Yeah,
What's the name of it?
do you have the owners of the frequencies?
that's easy. You go to the FCC. There is even a chart that designates which frequencies are allotted to who. I keep getting phone calls, buzzing me out here.
Okay, so you go to the FCC site and then you put in a
There's actually a
search.
chart. There's actually a chart that will show you what parts of the military have what frequencies.
Well, how do you get to that chart?
FCC. Just go to the
But I mean,
FCC.
you
It's
put it,
there.
just look in the search. I mean, put in the search that you want a frequency chart owner or
Yeah. Yeah.
owners of frequencies. Okay.
Right. And we can get owners of satellites. We have people working on that.
Because I been talking to a TI and they told me that they know what the frequencies are because they hired someone to find it out. And so now they need the owners of the frequencies, and somebody was going to like charge you for that information. And I thought, I have seen that somewhere.
Well,
Yeah.
you see, it's going to be difficult, and I'll tell you why. Because, see, a lot of people think when they're getting hit by something, they're actually getting hit in the leg, or they're getting hit in the thigh, whatever it is. It feels like it, but it's actually coming from your brain. Your brain is the area that's being attacked. Your brain is the area that's being manipulated. to make you hear things that are not there, or I have offered up this video quite a few times, and I don't know who has listened to it, but it's coffee shop background noises. And if you put the headphones on, you'll want to rip them off 4 or 5 times to look to your right to see where this noise is coming from. And there's a woman on a cell phone that's above your head at 10 o'clock, and you'll want to rip the headphones off, and you'll actually want to look up there to see if she's talking. It overrides your sense of reality in terms that you actually think you don't need the headphones and you want to look up and see who's talking. That's how vivid this is. And that's what told me that, okay, the perps don't have an advanced audio system. They're using yours. So next time that you, you know, I know a lot of you hear voices, you don't say anything about it for fear of, you know, being, you know, institutionalized or something. But what you should know is that, okay, they are coming through to you via radio. You are a human antenna, in so many words. And what they can do is they can put a sound in the middle of the air outside your window, and they can put one above your head. They can put one close to your shoulder. They can put one in the next room. They can make you think people are talking in the next room. There's so many things they can do. That's why so many people have come up with the idea that, okay, they're in my building. And, you know, until a lot of people understand the technology and the way that they use it, you're not going to get it, because they use something inside the brain called inference technology, or inference, what is it? It's a delay between when your ear hears something and when it actually gets to your brain. The perps use this by being on the other side of the cochlea. So it's hard to comprehend a lot of this stuff. So just like in that video that I'm explaining, you automatically want to disregard reality, rip the headphones off, and start looking for this person. But it's actually on a YouTube video playing through your headphones. So your brain can be fooled. Your mind can, your subconscious can, but your mind can be fooled. You just have to listen to it, preferably in a room with headphones darkened. And I will try and put that in the chat so that you can do it. But it's the most accurate depiction of perps using your own brain for sound that I've ever heard.
Well, the other thing too, Frank, is that I believe there's a book called The Body Electric, and how you can be pinpricked all over your body, even on, you know, you're standing on your feet, you get shocks in the bottom of your feet. And somehow I think they have a way to electrify your body, and like if you walk across a rug with socks and you touch a doorknob, when it discharges, somehow they're using the, like you say, we're antennas and we're electrified, and somehow they're able to discharge that part of the body with it that feels like a pinprick, and it's really a shock, and somehow they're using the electrical system to cause these shocks and pinpricks. A lot of people say that pinpricks are bee stings, but they're actually shocks, because somehow, right, through the central nervous system, they're, and because that's where all your nerve cells extend from. But they are using your body as electrical field to charge it up and then discharge it. And how they do it pinpoint accuracy, I don't know that. But I think they got like a 3D computer screen of your body. And what do they do with a mouse or whatever? They say, well, I'm going to pinprick this guy in the bottom of his foot, and they can make this electrical discharge happen. And is it through the brain? I think it's through the whole body, because the body is a whole electrical system.
I
It's
agree
called-
with you. I agree with you.
That's called, you can Google this. It's high technology. It's physiotechnology, but it's called cell cascading. You can Google it. Just Google cell cascading. It's the transference of electrical charge from groups of cells to more cells, to more cells, to more cells. And
Come from
that is how that's done.
61679.
So you're
So,
saying, it's through cells? I think it's through because your body's electrified, and they know how to discharge. Like I said, just like we
they know how to manipulate cell cascading. Cell cascading is a fact, and that's how you get rid of excess charges like static, like you were mentioning. Only that
Right.
goes over the surface of the skin.
Right. So you're saying they're using the cells in the body to create that?
Yeah. Well, they're
Like that?
using your brain. A lot of people really do not physically understand how complex and how unfathomable your own brain is. Your own brain it's more powerful than all the computers on the earth in a way. It's different. You are an intelligent being, okay? You have the ability to do so many things, and you have the ability to do so many more that you're not aware of. Well, the perps have started to find out these things, and that's what they're doing. They're manipulating your frontal cortex, audio, visual. And a woman was asking how to counter some of these things. Now, I've said that many times, and because I do it, and I've been affected for going on 7 years. And very, very dark, welder's grade glasses from number 8 to number 14, which is available, and blocking out your ears with Dave Case's CD. And who the heck is that in the background?
Okay, Frank,
Yeah.
but I have one question for you. How do I get holes in my muscles if it's my head? Because a lot of these pulses are coming from outside. I'm
get-
getting not only mental, because Dave's CD does work to help that, but I'm also getting physical pulses that are drilling holes in my muscles.
Okay, are you seeing these holes from the surface as burns?
Yeah, I get a bruise. Oh, I've had plenty of burns that I've documented. Bruises, burns. You can take your finger and you come to one of the bruises and your finger drops down into a hole. And it's built up around the edges, kind of like a volcano, like a crater on the moon. It's really weird because I was like, I wonder why that's built up around the hole, like a ridge. But they've done all my major muscles in my legs, my arms, I told you they're constantly pulling my head to one side, and I found out that they're pulsing the muscle above your shoulder blade on one side,
Well, that's
on my
because your
left.
vagus nerve exists there.
No, they're doing it to pull the head toward that side all the time.
Your vagus nerve is on your right-hand side of your neck.
Oh, that's my left.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of things that I can tell you, but you're of the
I know
persuasion.
you don't get it. I know you don't get it. I know you don't get it.
I'd love to.
No, you wouldn't. Well, you better consider yourself real happy that you don't.
Okay. Now, have they ever hit you in the eyes?
Yes.
Okay.
They've broken my teeth. They've pulsed me in the teeth. I had a tooth that's now gone. I had a small filling in it. They pulsed it and broke the filling. They woke me up doing it. They've broken several of my teeth. I have several of my teeth missing because of what they've done to it. They've pulsed it.
I've heard that. My own teeth get buzzed to the point where it's like the worst toothache you've ever had.
Yep.
Or moreover, it's like the dentist poking with his pointed tool. And
Now that's a frequency. That's a frequency. That's not like breaking the dentin. That's different. That's causing you nerve pain. I've had that done many times. But this is different. This is an actual blow to your tooth and cracking it. It's a pulse. It's different.
okay, Barbara, you might be getting hit with some kind of sound pulse. Something.
Well, I've long thought that it's been acoustics.
Well, most of it is
involved.
acoustics.
Long thought.
Everything that comes to us is coming to us over a radio wave acoustically. All right, we're having a joint conversation on 10. Okay,
I
10.
get knocked in the head, and I'll be standing there putting my pants on, lift one leg up, and it's like somebody behind me, and they're pushing me in the head to knock me over.
It's not uncommon to hear these. I hear it all the time. And
You don't get it, though.
Well,
You don't get it. And it's like everything else in this, it's hard to believe unless it happens to you. Right?
Frank?
okay, do you get the genital thing?
I used to. They used to bring me to orgasm quite frequently. And I think that the reason they do that to targets is because they think we're mentally ill. And with mentally ill people, they have a increased libido. And if you take the libido and you bring it to fruition in orgasm, the beast, namely us, quiets down for a certain period of time. This is their thinking behind it.
Okay, let me tell you psychological terminology for what they're doing. They're trying to control your most basic primal instincts.
Right.
Those are what they can control or try to. So
Right.
they think that if they can control that area, they can proceed on and control other areas. Well, in your case, they found out they're dead wrong. In my case, they found out they're dead wrong. So, and I've also heard that, I don't like this echo. I think it's you, Doug. Hold on.
I had the most
Where was I?
intense orgasm I've ever had in my life when I drove through DC and I was driving my car and I almost crashed it because it was so out of this world. From what I understand, from what friends in DC have told me, because I still have friends in DC, a couple of them who speak to me, they told me that everybody in DC are using these devices to sexual pleasure amongst themselves, between themselves.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, DC is known as the mistress capital of the world. It has long been called that. And this is what these people are using these devices for. They're also using V2K to communicate with each other. There is no paper trail, there's no digital trail, and they can sit there and have a conversation between the two of them, and there's no record of it. That's what they're using V2K for.
Guess what? There is a record of it.
The other thing I call it, Frank, is I know what you said about with the libido and the private areas. I consider they try to, with the male species, they could try to control the male by both heads. So I try to simply stimulate the male with both heads. So they can create pain or pleasure, and I try to lead you into, well, do you want pleasure or do you want pain? You know what I mean?
Doug, will you shut the fuck up?
That's me.
Frank.
Got him.
Frank.
Got him.
Frank. Sorry.
Frank, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, Frank.
Yep.
Hi, this is Lori from Atlanta. Have you heard about a special call that Ella's having with a former FBI agent, which begins today at 6 o'clock p.m.? I'm trying to call. I want to call in and hear what he has to say.
Okay, what kind of call is it? Once again?
FBI. You said FBI.
Okay, love to hear it.
An FBI agent at 6 o'clock.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, I got you on speaker. Okay, am I not on speaker now? This is Debbie.
Hi, Deb.
My daughter Tasha. Yeah, listen, I don't care what anybody says. This shit's going to stop. Now, I want the videos of my child going through 20 minutes of hell on earth to be published somewhere. I need help to download them, or even just the audio. This is insanity we're going through. Insanity. Now, I don't know what everybody else goes through, but they're killing my little girl.
Frank, I'm sorry. I lost you for a minute.
This isn't going to continue. They're killing my child.
Put it on YouTube. Put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that. I
Give
have
me
to
a
get
coffee.
She's all bloodied. It's just horrendous. People in this town, they came at us. You know, those flyers did no good for these. They drive by laughing. I took her to the fire station on Christmas Day. Nobody does nothing. Nobody wants to do nothing. I've seen kids like that have autism, and I've seen them do that. No, they have not.
How old is your child?
She's 30.
How old is she?
She's 30. And they wanted to know, what did I want from them? What did I want from them? And I kept saying, I want this to be documented by people. I said, we drive around the last 5 years. We're in our house, rolling around on the floor together. We're going into 6 years now. I said, I want this to be documented. And finally, one of them said, well, you know, how's it going to be documented? And I said, because I'm videoing this. And they scattered like cockroaches. I'm tired of everybody's cowardice. People I've known in this community running like chicken livers.
You're scared
of
of
my life, running like a coward. Now, this little game, and that's what it is, it's a game. This is a sick, twisted, stupid game.
That too.
The cops are playing, firefighters are playing, I can't call them men. EMTs, EMS, I don't know. The military freaks fly over us.
They're not going to
Yes.
help you.
Well, you know what? Somebody's going to do something. This isn't going to continue. I don't know what they want for me to shut up. What? They hurt her more than just in this way. You're not listening. They hit her
There's
in the
nothing
head.
I can do. There's nothing
They
I
hit
can
her-
do.
There's nothing nobody
Wait a
can
minute.
do. I think when we get
Who
on
is
these
that?
calls, we talk.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I will never hear there's nothing we can do. I would never hear that. That's not true. That is not true. I think that's the problem. I
You
think
go
that's the
This
ahead.
problem.
needs to be seen.
Listen to me.
No one's listening to me. This needs to
Listen,
be
listen.
seen.
I think that's the problem. I think
You
the
have to
problem
stop
is
getting hysterical. You have to calm down. And
It's real hard. It's real hard. It's been 6 years of this. It's not just this, Mike. They hit her in the brain, the head, when we're out from the jet aircraft. This is not a joke. They're hitting her. They're knocking her. They knocked her out on December the 11th. They knocked her out from a vehicle behind me. This has got to stop.
you need to get logical. And it's very hard to try and tamper that emotion down a little bit, but you're going to have to, because
What I don't find logical is us getting on these calls and talking like, trying to figure this out. We're going to fix it. No, they won't do this and they won't listen. I want, when this finally comes out, if we're still in the search, for someone to be sued in the most logical way. My daughter's being tortured. My daughter's being tortured. No one's listening. No one. Now, just common sense. Isn't there any common sense anymore? Someone needs to answer us why. I've been to the airport.
There's 9 people on the call, so I guess we're all listening.
Right.
thank you.
I don't understand why this is being able to happen when this is happening to my daughter. When we all have evidence, a lot of people have evidence, we all just sit on it. We just sit on it.
No, we
Hold it.
don't.
Maybe
We
we
need
do. We
to
do.
have somebody to point a suit at. You are
Right.
going to find this year the FBI is going to jump out of trees on these people. You need.
I hope my child is still here, Mike. That's all I'm hoping. That's
Okay.
how serious it is.
Why don't you take my phone number? Okay, it's 508. Get a piece of paper.
I haven't. I think
Five-
I'm entitled to be upset. I think I've been very strong through all this.
I
I'm
know.
sorry. I don't mean to upset
It's
people.
okay. It's okay. This is where you can get upset. It's 508
I have
857
your number, Mike. I have your number.
Frank.
Yes, Frank.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
And
sorry.
be more than happy to help you. You know,
No one's been
Yeah.
able to help her.
yeah.
I've been to doctors, hospitals. When I tried to take her to the doctor, we're attacked on the roads. This Christmas, I couldn't take her to look at lights, so we're attacked on the roads. They drive by in glee while she screams.
Hey, do
You know-
you mind if I have a question? It's not really, it's kind of off subject, but I was just wondering about this thing. Doesn't have anything to do with anything we're talking about, but I thought about it about a half hour ago, and I'm thinking, I used to request books from the library, and I think for a while, every book that I requested, they got in. And I'm wondering, Frank, if you could put a list of books that people could request from their libraries, like Duncan's books and, all the TI books. If
Good
you could
idea.
just if you could just start formulating a list, because I've never seen a comprehensive list anywhere.
They'll
And
be on- they'll
what
be
I
on
want
our-
to do is I want to put, like, every month, request a different one.
Okay, that's great. That sounds like a wonderful idea. They'll be on my website, our website, I call it, because it is ours. It's targetedmassachusetts.org. It's the first page is up. There'll be probably 20 or more pages. It's going to be chock full of information, and it's going to be the place to go. Promise you that.
Hey, the people that are actually working to do things like this and coming up with ideas. Why don't we exchange numbers and work together?
We do.
I mean, I don't understand about the books, but I wouldn't mind, helping with that. I don't know what somebody else is doing, but I have a great idea. I'm gonna tell you, I have a great idea. I will never say it on this phone. Never say it on this phone.
All right. Would
I have
you
such a
say it
great
to me
idea. No.
in private?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, but I will. I tell you what I will do. I will start collecting what I need to make this possible. What I'm trying to do, and I believe it's going to make a difference. That's all I can say. But the reason why I know this, the reason why I'm not saying what it is because I don't want somebody to hear this and try to stop it. I don't want someone here to try to stop it.
That's good.
So if I just keep it to myself, if I just work on pulling together what I need, and when I do what I need to do to help everyone, it's not going to be just to help me. When I do what I need to do to help everyone, it's going to make a massive difference. And I'm telling you right now, I believe it's going to make a massive difference.
Awesome.
Don't know what's going to happen immediately afterwards. They probably will be chasing me down. I know I'm putting my life at risk. They're going to be chasing me down after I do what I'm going to do.
Don't even give it a second thought. Don't even give it a second thought because you are energy.
You're chasing me down now. I don't care.
Energy. Yeah, me too. We can't even worry about that because the reward that we're going to find in the end that we're already seeing, that Frank's doing and Ella's doing and everybody is doing, we are seeing this come to fruition. It takes some time and patience, which I don't have a lot of, and I admit, but it is coming to fruition. So do not fear, do not fret.
I'm not going to fear.
That is a spirit in it itself that gives them power. So just be courageous in what you do,
right back.
And know that good will always win.
Where are you going?
Good will always win.
Talk to you,
And
Frank.
every time I say that, Frank always says, "I'll be right back." Like whenever I say something, I get nervous about that. Frank.
No, he always.
He does. He just has stuff he has to do.
Goes,
He's running the show.
Or he goes to the bathroom, or he makes a phone
He's got
call.
a lot. But he's on this call for hours. Remember?
Right.
I'm just nervous.
What's your name?
Be careful.
What is your
name?
Diane.
Diane. Oh, you're Diane. Okay. Diane, let me tell you about my court case in 1998. I took the mayor. I took my landlord, who was a HUD landlord. I took Eastman Gelatin, who is a subsidiary of Kodak. They were partially responsible. I took them to federal court. Now, the federal court kicked it down to a state court. I went to the state court, and I started my spiel. Now, 2 weeks before my court date, everywhere I went, I was hit with a laser. I was sitting in my bedroom, and this laser came through my window and hit me in the forehead, and it left a divot in my forehead. It burnt.
Oh, no.
No, wait a minute. It burnt the bone. This hurt for years after that. This was in 1998. Now, 2 weeks later, this continued for 2 weeks. I walked around the lake. I lived across the street from the lake, walked around the lake, got hit by a laser, driving down the highway, got hit by a laser, blah, 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 blah. So I went into the courtroom, and I started my spiel about what was going on. You know, the minute I mentioned the word laser, the judge just booted my court case right out.
Wow.
But he booted it out without prejudice, I think. That means I can open it up again.
You could have asked another thing. Look, another thing people I don't know. People may or may not know. Like if you're representing yourself, so you're representing yourself pro se, right?
Right.
So if you have a judge that does things like that, before if you start seeing signs of maybe this judge is going to be biased, before he makes his ruling, because once he makes his ruling, it's going to be too late. But if you can kind of like see that he's being unfair at some evidence you're presenting, you can ask him to recuse himself.
Right.
You could ask the
But
judge,
at the time, I didn't know anything like that. I was just lucky I got him in court.
Yeah, I know.
Because this other judge named Judge Siri wanted to throw my case out of court. But these friends I had in D.C. turned around and told her that if she took my case, if she threw my case out of court, they were going to sue her. So she kept my case in court, but you can't sue a sitting judge. Okay, doesn't work that way. You can't sue them.
Tell you something. Okay, look. Okay, so
you can sue the county or the state, right?
Wait a minute. You can't sue a sitting judge, but they have a board that oversees judges that bring charges against
judges. Right, they do. Chief of judges.
So
American Bar
Association. You can go to them. You can go to them as well.
This was in 1998. I don't know if the statute of limitations is up.
It's probably up.
Yeah.
It's probably up.
But I could bring him in again. He what is that? Where they decide to just kick it out, but it's without prejudice or something?
Without prejudice? Say that again?
Yeah. So I could bring him in again, but
You can. And I don't think there's a statute of limitations on that because he already ruled that it's without prejudice.
Right.
But he didn't stipulate when, he just said without prejudice.
Right.
And you can bring it back.
So that's twice I went to court and got my ass beat. The second time, the judge also ruled without prejudice. So
that's why all of you all should get this app called Fast Case. And look at some of those cases under Fast Case.
Say that again?
Everybody should get this app. It's called Fast Case, C-A-S-E. And what it is, it allows you to look at legal cases in your F-A-S-T-C-A-S-T. It's an app.
Wait a minute.
Hey, wait. Yeah, wait. I didn't catch that either. Can you repeat it slowly?
Putting it in the chat.
Okay, yeah. F-A-S-T-C-A-S-E. And what that is, see, like a cat. It's case. You're looking up a case. C-A-S-E. Fast Case.
A-S-E. Okay. S-A-S-E. C-A-S-E.
F-A-S-T-C-A-S-E. Fast Case, one word.
S-A-S-T-C-A-S-E.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can search jurisdiction. You can search all courts in the United States. You can search the courts in your area, in your state.
Cool.
You can search federal court cases. And once you do your search, you limit what you want to look up. Then the next thing you do is you put in the search bar what you're looking for. Look up directly energy weapons. You got cases on that. Look up gang stalking. Got a few cases on that.
Now listen, I'm going to give you some advice too. If you go to court, any of you go to court, request a stenographer. Even if you have to pay for it, get a stenographer.
You're supposed to have one in court, right?
No, neither time did I have a stenographer. There are no records of either one of my cases. Well, there are.
You know what I would recommend to you?
There aren't any.
My friend Connie in Connecticut had told me about the National Liberty Alliance. They do research in every single state. They have free help, free people that actually go to court and make sure the evidence is not dismissed and make sure that things are supposed to go according to plan. They actually sit
National
with the jury.
Liberty Alliance.
National Liberty Alliance out of New York. Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, out of New York.
And they have every Monday they have a conference call like we do. That starts at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And you can look online and see what that number is. And I did talk to the head of it. His name was Jan, but I think he left. Either it might be a new person that filters the information that you have questions on, you need to know. They have so many groups, and you can actually go in, like Connie said last night on Elle's call, you can look into the cases, whether they be SWAT, whether they be Neighborhood Watch, whether they be 9/11 Commission, the Bundy Ranch cases. All of this is coming to fruition.
Right. Well, that's too.
So we don't have the legal know-how, because the laws are always changing. We don't have the legal know-how and expertise, but they do, and they do this for free.
Right, but you could, but that's true. But you know what I was, the fast case will help you see what's really going on with how the judge is making his ruling.
That's
why?
Fantastic.
Why
that
he's
is fantastic.
doing that? Yeah,
Thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is amazing. Because here's the thing, you guys already know this, I'm sure, that Trump has the FBI under investigation. He has individuals within the FBI, the Justice Department. They're all under investigation. That means all the police, all the judges, all the attorneys, their licenses. Remember, the judges have an attorney license before they become a judge. So know that they are all being thrown under the bus now, and they know it. And this is why they're reacting the way they do, because they're part of this. They know about it because they're part of it.
I'm scared of that.
And I have the book called Policing for Profit. Do not fear them. We have justice on our side now. Justice is winning. Winning.
No, because he's tearing everything apart. That means he's consolidating his power, and he's destroying those who can oppose him. That's what I say.
You're talking about, you think with Trump, you mean?
Yeah, I do. I think that's what he's doing.
I think honestly, because he's had these cases come up against him with his what do you call it? His I've gotten his cards that he sent to me with his education system about trying to acquire property and buying property with other people's money and all that. That they have these classes here in California and the Trump University. So because he had the strong arm of the law, he pretended to be on their side. But when they went from San Diego, all the police and the chiefs and everything went to try to grapple with him and try to get on his side or get him on their side. He said no, and they are falling by the wayside, and they cannot find new police chief to replace the existing one. They admit they cannot retain and recruit new recruits because there is something more disaster, more diabolical going on. Because I just had someone share with me from Riverside that they have already brought out this what's called Tesla harness belt that's mandatory that the police wear, and it actually makes them aggressive and hostile and controls them. It's a mind control, behavior modification control device that the soldiers are getting put in their helmets that they're having to wear too. So this is coming out.
What is it called? It's called what?
It's called the Tesla police harness belt. It shows a diagram of it. So it kind of looks like their bulletproof vest or Kevlar vest that in the military they assign to us. But it's like a web. It's kind of like a skeleton of the flak vest. But it's an actual, with the electrodes and everything in it. I could see a picture of it, but I couldn't pull up more information on it. But it's a mandatory police Tesla belt that is being used to control them and monitor them and observe their behavior and try to manipulate them to make them hostile. And all across the nation, they started, I think the test case was started in Riverside, but I know their training they got out of New York, that this is being spread across the whole United States.
Yeah, well, I don't trust Trump as far as I can throw him. I think he's
Well,
trying to
I didn't.
consolidate his
I
power.
didn't either.
Don't interrupt me.
I
didn't interrupt you. I think he's trying to consolidate his power. That's why he went after the press. Press don't like him. And
Yeah.
the fact that he hired all his relatives, he's doing the exact same damn thing that this mayor did here. He consolidated his power by putting all his relatives in power. And he put
Yeah, I wondered
everybody
that
who
too.
wanted to tear down all our institutions. He put the people who hated these institutions and could profit from them the most in charge of them.
Yeah, I can see
That's
that
what
too.
he did. So I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. So that's my
I know
answer to that.
it is very difficult for me too, if I didn't vote for him. But I think he's shaken up a lot of people. That
Of
it
course
needed to
he
be
is.
shaken up.
He's shaken up all the organizations and the institutions that we have that give our government stability. Why? So he can step in,
Hello?
put his own people there, and control the issues any way he wants. This
Hello?
is what despots do. This is what people do who want to take over the government.
Yes, sir.
If our government was so stable, why were they allowing this to happen?
Because we're enemy. We're considered mentally ill, terrorism, in the same classification as terrorism. They figure if your name is on the list, you're on that list for a reason. This program has many, many levels to it. That level A does not know what level B is doing, and B doesn't know what C is doing, and so on up the list. If you went to Trump and said, "Oh, I'm a target individual," he'd think you're a nut house and he'd throw you in the loony bin because you're on the list.
My understanding is the former NSA person Karen Stewart and Dr. Catherine Horton have direct contact with him. And
With who? With Trump?
With supposedly, yeah. I don't know. That's a fact or fiction, but he is actually. He made a proclamation that he is doing civil forfeiture of all these people.
Right. That's an executive order, and it's bullshit. It has nothing to do with targets. I read the whole thing. I went into it and read it. It has nothing to do with us. What it is, it's for foreign people who have stolen great amount of money, criminals and thugs in foreign countries who have stolen bullshit. He wants to walk in and put them in jail or kill them and take all their asset. He's asset stripping these thugs. So who's going to stand up to him?
Hello? Can I say something?
This is what this executive order is all about. It's not about targeting.
Hi,
Don't fool yourself.
Bob.
I already read it.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
This gentleman would like to speak. Go ahead, caller 22.
Hello, my name is Alex. I'm from New York.
Hi, Alex.
Hello. I'm listening to the lady, and that's her own opinion. She doesn't know the whole facts, what's going on. Let me ask the lady this question. Trump is just 1 year in power, and this is going on before him for many years.
Right.
So he at least he's trying to do something different.
Yes.
Yeah, he's trying to consolidate his power and take over everything.
Well,
he's just
consolidation of power is not a bad thing, because when many people, let's say you have a family and somebody comes, you live in the same apartment or building or a house, and you have so many women coming to the kitchen and everybody is doing something, nothing is going to be done. So the best thing is to have one power, which is controlled, of course, by 3 branches of power. And to have he can do more than when a lot of people doing the same thing and nothing be done.
Oh, you think it's okay for him to take over the executive and the legislative branch of government, which he already has done?
He cannot do it. It's impossible to do it. It's against the Constitution.
He
has his own power.
No. He has taken over the Supreme Court by his last.
It's impossible. How can you say that? How is it possible?
Because they go to a 5-4 vote, and he's got the 5th vote. He's got the 5 votes. And in the legislative branch, wait a minute, the legislative branch, which is Congress, he's got the Republican power who's behind him, the Christian evangelicals. They're in charge of the House and the Senate.
So
they
were in charge forever for this.
They are in charge.
I really don't see
exactly
the point of your discussion. I don't see any points. What you're trying to say.
What I'm telling you is that he's consolidating his power, and he's continuing to consolidate it by tearing apart our institutions with the people who hate the institutions the most, like Social Security,
I'm sorry,
Medicaid,
but this is nonsense. Nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
Can I ask something?
This is reality.
I don't know your sir, I don't know your name. But
that's
it
Alex.
sounds like you have Russian.
Amy, this is Alex. This is Amy. Alex.
Alex,
Amy,
nice to hear a different opinion, because we all need different opinions to look at this with a microscope and examine it from each point of view.
So
answer
my question.
Wait, can I finish? Can I finish asking the question?
Is the Republican Party, who's behind Trump, are they not in power of the Senate? Are they or are they not in power with the Senate? You don't know.
That's a good question.
Can you make a pause? Can you make a pause?
Do you know who's in power in the House?
Republicans.
Thank you.
Right.
Who's in power in the Senate?
But that doesn't mean they have full control.
Republicans.
Because there are other laws that control
they don't have full power.
Anything that the Democrats bring up, anything that the Democrats bring up, they can block because they have the votes.
Only the facts.
Those are the
facts. Can you make a pause?
Those are the facts. Those are the
Alex,
facts.
can I ask a question?
That's my point. Those are only the facts.
The Republicans are in charge of the Senate. Now, on the Supreme Court, he has 5 votes. 5 votes outvote 4 votes, which are opposing votes. The last person he appointed was the 5th vote, and he also owns the Supreme Court. They will do exactly what he wants. Now, he's in the executive branch. And
whatever you say, what does it have to do with?
Do yourself a fucking favor and go read how the government is structured, and you'll learn how it works. Because I've done that, and I know how it works. And he's consolidating his power.
Don't use the profanity.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. I'm an adult, and I can swear all I want. Fuck.
Barb.
Fuck.
Barb, let's try and put a
These people are talking
I want to read the
structured. They don't even know how it's structured. I know how it's structured. I've made it a point to know how it's structured.
You're not the only one that knows how it's structured.
Yeah, Barbara, why don't you let Alex speak? He's speaking from a different point of view. I am interested in hearing it.
I want to make a pause because I came across a beautiful poetry by Sharon Poet. I want to read a little bit. We are unheard victims, lost beneath the lies. We are fading one, put on list to die. We are rising wounded, begging for your aid, becoming specks of dust in an evil charade. Beautiful.
That is beautiful. Thank you.
Let me tell you.
Who wrote that? Wait a minute.
Sharon Poet.
Alex, I'm sorry, Sharon who?
Poet.
Poet,
Alex,
P-O-E-T.
can I ask you a question, Alex? It sounds
Sure.
like your heritage may be from Russian descent. I don't know, and so
Yes,
we look up to you because we know that there's things going on within the Russian, between the Russians and us. We know that we've been lied to about Russia being our enemy. It's really not true, because we know that the Russian soldiers have trained with our army here. So they painted this false picture. We know that before our Apollo rocket went up, the Russian cosmonauts were up there before we were. So it's been a battle of egos within our government. We know that. So could you share what you see with what's going on?
I want to say, okay, I got your question. I want to say something about this poet who wrote this, and I'm very touched that among TIs there are such talented people. About your question about politics and everything, there is institution, people who are paid to take care of this country, and we don't know the facts enough. So we can discuss this among us, but it doesn't make any sense because we don't make any difference in that. If I cannot make any difference, why touch it? I want to touch something which I can make a difference. And the difference I can make is to see innocent PIs to let off that list. And I personally, if these people would stop doing it now, I will forgive them and move on. Because some of these people are fooled and tricked into this, and some of these people are just evil. They don't know what they're doing. So the thing is, what I would like to discuss is what is the best way to make this stop. And I have a few ideas which I right now I don't have I have to leave. So, but I would like still I have time to people talk about this, about TIs, not about Trump, about Russia. This doesn't make any sense to me. It's not. We cannot control this.
One of the things I think the American people have forgotten, and I heard this finally today for the first time. In the United States, the people are sovereign. The government is not sovereign. It's like Trump wants to arrest and bring into court Julian Assange. Now, Julian Assange, as far as Trump is concerned, is an enemy of the United States government. But Assange is Assange.
I'm sorry. What is your name? What is your name, lady?
Assange is not the enemy of the American people. Neither is Edward Snowden the enemy.
Is that going to stop us from being targeted, Barbara? That's what I think his question is.
I don't want to talk about this, Barbara. I don't want to talk about this. Doesn't
Alex,
make any
you should have
sense.
been here earlier because I gave everybody a real good video on how to block electronic harassment. So
A video?
I couldn't find that video anyway.
A video.
What?
Okay,
It didn't come up for me.
What?
I couldn't get. It didn't come up from you. That site you gave.
It did or it didn't?
It did not.
Okay. Go into.
Can you just give me the name of it? I can search it that way.
I'm gonna go look for it right now. I've got it.
Alex, can I ask you, because the net neutrality is being taken away in the United States, it's not affecting other countries. They're not doing that. Not even Russia is taking away your ability to look at things on the internet without being blocked by its own government. Only our country is doing that.
Well, you see, I cannot discuss. I will not discuss anything which I don't know exactly what happened. Speculation doesn't take you anywhere. You just
yes,
it's just it's not productive. If
Yeah, thank
somebody
you.
wants to discuss anything with what happened to TIs, how to solve these problems, how to stop
Yes.
these assaults illegally, how to stop these invisible weapons, how to make groups working together in all regions. That's I want to discuss. But what you are asking me, I'm not interested because it doesn't make any sense.
So
Well,
maybe
from
that,
my
maybe,
understanding on the conversation last night, that the targeting isn't as bad in Europe and other countries as it is here.
so maybe Frank can set some ground rules, maybe. That the conversations that's outside of trying to figure out how to come up with some solutions, or people, you know, if you're not presenting ideas to help people and just strictly targeting it, that's what, you know, if that's not the conversation, then maybe he could set some ground rules that we're not going to talk about these other things, because this group is supposed to be a group of solutions.
Well, you
All right,
said
Or
that
let me,
earlier, because I gave out with a lot of solutions as far as that targeting.
I'm not
okay,
saying you didn't, but
let me interject something, okay? The last few calls, I've asked that we not get into politics and that we not get into religion and that we try and stay on target. But sometimes you'll get led off target into something that's good. But if it leads to argument, it is most assuredly not good.
Counterproductive. Yeah.
So it's non-productive, as Amy says. And let's try it.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's just
well,
things
Fred,
are
you're the
tied in
moderator,
with
so maybe
politics.
when it starts getting like that, you can say, "Oops, we're not supposed to be doing that. Let's stay on target."
Yeah, that's a good idea. I will try and be more strict, I guess, but I like to let the calls flow. And when they flow into shallow water, I guess I will step in.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for doing all you're doing, Frank, because it really is making a difference.
Oh, thank you so much.
I am seeing progress, and it was talked about so much on the call, on Ella's call last night, of the progress of Kendra from San Francisco. She's got a legal team working on this. She's got people in the Silicon Valley where I used to work working on this. So we are seeing results. We are seeing that they are getting more fearful of us because we have become there's more of us than there are them kind of thing. So I do not have a false sense of security, but I do feel a sense of courageousness that we are making dents here and there. And going to Washington, D.C. in June and the Boston conference they talked about last night. Steve from Chicago was on there talking about, the judges and cousins of his were getting paid off and put in these positions as mayors and whatnot for the targeting that this gentleman was losing his business. But when he went to Europe, the environment was totally different. It's not as bad over there as it was over here, and even they knew. They were informing him what was going on. He's a truck driver doing contract work. So this is really enlightening.
Good.
Everything.
Diane, are you there? Diane? Diane, the name of the website is How to Stop Electronic Torture, English video, because it's a German gentleman doing it. It's on YouTube. Okay?
Does it give the name of the guy? I can look it up.
He said his name is Mike, but it's German, and he goes under ANGEBLICHER terrorist.
I'm sorry, can you spell that again, please?
ANGEBLICHER terrorist. All one word.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And his
So,
video is How to Stop Electronic Torture,
Okay.
English
Thank you.
version, because it's in German.
Okay. That's really helpful.
so is there another conference scheduled for Boston or Washington in June? Is that right?
No, there was one in June, and there was one in October in Massachusetts. And Frank, is there another one coming up soon?
I'm not sure.
Alex, are you there? Alex, is he still here?
It's
think you
based
ought to
on how
go.
much support I get. If I don't get any support, I'm not going to venture forth. I'll do Boston like all summer long.
Yeah, that would be great if we could get some people from MIT. If MIT was nearby me, I sure as heck would go over there and talk to some of the students and say, can you give a presentation, a mini presentation on this? You know, we love what you're doing and we need your help. This is what's going on. And the same thing with Harvard and Yale and all those great places that a lot of this technology is coming out of.
Well, the thing is while Trump is talking about this matter, it's a good time to have another bioethic committee meeting like there's been in the past. And since he's at least starting it going with what he's saying, this is when TIs need to get another one of those meetings while he's in office and take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. Do you know, Frank, Frank and Barbara, do you know the House Ways and Means Committee? What do they do? What's their role?
They put down the basis by which laws are put together. And they also work with the Appropriations Committee.
Okay, that makes sense because that's dollars and cents.
Yeah,
that's getting them covered now.
How to and where to get the money.
And now this big leap for people paying their property taxes before the 1st, that's the rushing to pay the $10,000 so they don't get charged a percentage, and that includes corporations. But the corporations have this is a permanent thing for them to only pay 21%, where your average homeowner will pay a percentage like I did on my house based on the appraisal value. But they have to get an appraisal to do that, of course. They won't just take a blind, $10,000 from a person. They have to actually have an appraisal. Because so many people have taken seconds on their house, have done refis, have done the reverse mortgage thing, so they have to make sure there's no cloud on the title.
You know, you people like you scare me, Amy, because you come on here and you talk so sweet about Trump, and he scares the absolute living poop out of me.
Well, he does me too. I'm on the same that you are, and I've always felt a bit of caution with him. But
he's shaking everything up, and he's doing this, and he's doing that, and I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And I'm not a liberal.
I don't either. If anything, I would consider myself liberal. But I don't pick Democrat, Republican. I go for whoever the person is. And I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for anyone. Jill Stein would have been the only one I would have voted for if I would have voted.
Well, I voted. I always vote. Matter of fact, I voted in the local elections, and I put my name in for mayor.
Hey, Barbara, what's the name of that video so I can find it?
Well, I love what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing because you know a lot and that you can share that knowledge with us that we don't know. I don't know.
And I gave it, it's called How to Stop Electronic Torture. And
okay.
His name, I'm going to spell it out slowly. ANZE
BLICHER, terrorist.
So the last name?
That's it. Published
see.
on December 20th, 2017. And he's German. It says English video, and he also publishes it in German, and he says to translate it and send it far and wide.
I see it. I see it.
Good.
It was published 1 week ago.
Yeah.
Is the site in the
Yeah, I
United
got it.
States or is it Germany?
I think that would work. If they can't find you, they can't target you.
So is this a device that he has developed?
Yep. And don't kill yourself with it. Do it exactly the way he says.
So can you give a little description of what it is? Is it something you put around your neck, or?
No, he says you can put it in a shoebox. You can take it with you in your car, and it will disguise you in your car. It will see how it works is this, okay? My perp here has either a millimeter wave or backscatter wave camera. And this goes through walls. So what they do is they go through walls, they find where I am, and then they pulse me, okay? Now, if I take a flashlight and I aim it at the camera, it'll white him out. He won't be able to see it. The reason I know this works is because I did it to my other perp where I used to live. I had a great big spotlight and I aimed it at the camera where I knew it was coming in, and it completely blotted out what he could see.
Oh, that's great.
My son-in-law sabotaged it on me. So that's another story. But anyway, he explains, if you go and watch this video, he does exactly the same thing. He takes a flashlight and he says, this is how this device works. And he aims it at the camera that is taking the video and shows you how it wipes it out. And then he builds this device and he shows you on the video what the perp is seeing when he uses his camera to look at you.
Oh, wow. That is so cool.
Then he turns around and he builds this device and everything whites out. So if they can't find you, they can't target you. Now, I don't know if this works for V2K, but I'm assuming that it does.
Is this something that you have to make yourself, put together?
Well, it's two pieces that you have to put together. Go in and look at the video. Can't you look at the video?
Yeah, I will. I'm just, ask for general information. I'm just asking.
It's a frequency device that puts out a frequency, okay, and then it has a power supply, and you've got to hook them up together.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm just wondering because another guy in New York came up with a device using CDs and stuff like that he can locate where his perps are generating his signals from and all that. But anyways, it's something you can put together. Okay.
Maybe it has a heat signature, thermal imaging. That's how it finds you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Go watch the video. I'm not that clever.
Now, what is it supposed to do, Barb?
It's supposed to white out the rooms so that they can't find you. Like if you took a flashlight and you get camera with it.
Now, is that the one I saw with the copper coil?
Yeah.
Okay. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Did it work?
No.
What do you mean it didn't work?
Just what I said. I gotta find that. It's 10 again. They got a background conversation. They think it's cool just to rattle on.
Someone said it was Doug,
No, it wasn't.
but it isn't Doug.
No.
Hey, Darren.
Oh, shoot.
Anyway, I'm gonna try it and see if it works, and I'll let you know.
Okay, Barb, you can do that, but I did those experiments for approximately 8 months, and no soap.
Yeah, well, I've used this method before, and it did white out the my Perps camera. I know that it did. So
What you've got is you've got a coil, positive and negative, going to high voltage. Doug, you've got some problems there. You're on a loop. And basically, what is it supposed to do? Throw a light out? Because it doesn't.
it's supposed to, I guess it's a frequency.
Okay. So you have to
I'm not
duplicate.
sure. It's got hertz and voltage and amps, so it's got to be some sort of a frequency.
I know this sounds crazy, but would a mirror reflecting that, subjecting them back to them, would that work?
They say that the old mirrors works, the ones that are lead lined,
Uh-huh.
the old fashioned ones.
Yeah, I have
They
some of
work,
those.
but
Mahogany.
I used an old fashioned mirror lead lined, but it went right. They went around it.
Oh. Well, you
So
got
you've
some
got to
good
think.
information.
So
I
you
have
got
to
to.
go get a chip for my phone in order to use it, a smart chip, because they want to know exactly where I am because they've seen the history on my phone.
You know what
So
I found out? Why they're putting
ridiculous.
chips in our credit cards? Because they want to get you used to the idea of a chip in something
Well, that makes sense.
and using the term.
Yeah, that
So
makes
that
sense. Using
what
hybrid,
every day,
using all these
right?
terms, and that's what I was thinking too a couple weeks ago. It made total sense. They want to kind of just get everybody using the same term so it becomes not questionable.
I was
Secondhand.
listening to a woman in a video, and she was talking about the chip in her arm, and then she ran her finger up her arm, and she said, "Yeah, and here's the antenna." And I was like, "You stupid bitch! You got an antenna in your arm?"
I do have friends that actually have that embedded so deeply into their veins that they can't dig it out. But one of them, who was in Intel in the military, his wife did dig it out of his arm.
Yeah, I would.
Her, she was in New York, and she was recruited at 17 because she was gifted, and they had her doing this, what do you call it, surveillance kind of stuff for this multi-layered attorney / corporation that did an international espionage and international assassinations, and they wanted her to do assassinations. She's like, no, I didn't sign up for this. So they assigned her government handlers. And I said, how do you know your government handlers aren't in on this, trying to traumatize you and beat you up every day and have things flying around the room and all these attacks on you when your husband's at work and all these death threats? And I've had the death threats. I just laugh. I think it's funny. But it's not funny to other, happening to other people, but when they try to threaten me, I think it's funny. Because I'm like you. I don't back down from a fight. And I'm like Frank, we don't back down. We from the East Coast, West Coast, Midwest, we don't back down from evil and justice. So never will. I don't care what they throw at me.
They don't think it's that. They don't think they're
'Cause
evil.
they're inhuman.
Injustice.
They're not even human, some of them.
They don't even think that they're inhuman. They think we are.
Well, I know, like you said, a combination of people are in this program are either intimidated, lied to, mind controlled, or they're just pure evil. That's the levels that they fall in. Or they're hybrids, or they're, demonic beings themselves, like the royals and all of that. But we have good on our side, and good does win. It may take time, but with our good intentions, we can't
but
save the world.
they
But
think they're good. That's the difference. You don't understand how they think. You have to see. You ever read The Art of War by, what is it?
yeah, in school I did. Yeah,
Well,
I don't remember it, but
My Enemy.
that's a good point. That's a really good book. Thank you for bringing that up again, because that is really telling.
I wanted to tell you I was taking a class, and I knew the woman. She was I'm in my 50s and she was too, and everybody else is in their teens and 20s, and so I knew that she was probably planted there. And anyways, we did get to talking, and sure enough, she was a gang stalker, and
wow.
And I mentioned to her, we had a fight at first, but then we calmed down and were able to talk because we were both the only age that were really in that class together. And but one thing I said to her, I said, this whole thing is so out of control, and she goes, it is. I got the feeling that she's been doing this for a very long time. And
really? Why would she do that willingly?
Well, I think she's also she practices witchcraft and stuff like that too. And I'm not defending her at all, but I just got the point, I just got the feeling from her that people who have been doing this for a while too are also recognizing that the system is out of control at this point,
Yeah, it's hard to understand the mindset. It just is beyond comprehension.
Yeah, but they are just hiring so many people to be doing this stuff,
And especially because our economy is, around the world sucks, and they did that on purpose, and they keep doing it.
And the thing that kills me is there's so many young people that they're getting into this, and they're just basically teaching these people, they're teaching them that deceit is good, and
yeah, exactly. And greed is
here we'll give you a scholarship, we'll pay for your classes if you do this, and it's like, come on, and it's a government that's doing it, so the kids are thinking this is good, this is right,
Exactly. And I got that too. I was naive myself. And so if they didn't know any other set of values, they're being groomed from the time, like you said, they're born. They don't know any different because they're growing up in a different millennial time than you and I that didn't grow up with the internet. And, there was evil then, but we didn't know it. We didn't know how to find this information.
Right.
So it's a double-edged
believe
sword.
Everything they hear, you could be as nice as pie to them, and they still will back up what they've been reading on the internet, that's the truth about you. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't seem that way, even if it comes out of Hollywood. They believe it if it's real, the doctrine, whatever. It's because it's multi-layered through commercials, through media, through
everything. If you think about a lot of the shows that the kids have watched, I have kids who are in their early, in their 20s, so I saw some of these shows, and they made adults out to be, nobody that you really respect. It was the kids that were, you know, in a lot of those kid shows, the kids were calling all the shots, you know?
Yes,
And,
exactly.
And this is what they grew up believe, you know, they didn't even realize that they were being programmed, you know, to think this stuff. But, you know,
like
that's...
the Hunger Games and The Giver and all these other kinds of programs where people that are over 30 or 40 are eliminated. They don't exist.
Right, right.
Yeah, we'll try when you're 70, see if you exist then.
So they wanna get rid of all of us over 40, and that's fine with me, because we have the knowledge and the heart to show them different, that they can choose different. And we just have to be so more supportive. Like with my sister's girls, they don't know what they don't know. And one of them wants to join the military, and I'm like, no, you don't want to do that. And let me tell you why. But you have to make your own choice. This is what you're going to come across. This is what you're joining is a blood oath, and it's not a joke. And this is why. I will show you the proof in black and white on paper, on the internet, on different sites to go to prove my point, that I can even show you classified top secret information. And if that doesn't sway your mind to open up and look into it yourself, find your own truth, then, you know, it's in your hands. The world is in your hands.
It's not just the military, though, is it, though? You know? I mean, there's the brotherhood of the policemen and the firemen. And, you know?
Multi-layered. Her friend committed suicide over being bullied on the internet, and my older brother kept blaming her. Oh, she's rebellious. Oh, she's turning into you. Oh, she's this, she's that. And I said, well, you need to be the good uncle, and you don't understand bullying. You never had bullying done to you. I did, and you were one of my bullies. And you need to know that her friend committed suicide. This is why she's dressing in God. This is why she's dying in her dark. This is why she's acting so-called rebellious. So you need to step back, and you need to take a look at yourself, and you need to be her uncle, and you need to be kind and tender with your words, not accusatory, not judgmental. You need to look outside the box, because you're so busy in your own life acquiring wealth and happiness that you're not thinking about anybody but yourself. And I'm just saying, be the good uncle. Look beneath the surface. Understand, try to put yourself in their place, that I can't even put myself in their place. About the level of bullying that goes on, not just in their school, but worldwide, with the Facebook, with the LinkedIn, with the attacks, with the maliciousness, that it's no wonder that satanic stuff comes through. That's probably curses are put on those internet sites themselves that, you know, draw them in and make them want to know more. And think, wow, knowledge is power. The more I know, the more I can control. But really, that's a false sense of security that we're all being led into, thinking just because it's on the internet, it must be true.
You know, I live next to the town of Salem. Do you know about Salem?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Frank and I were talking about Salem.
Well, I went into the library one time, and I was just standing there waiting for a computer to loosen up. So I turned around and I was looking at the book.
Barb, speak up.
And above me were all the books on witchcraft.
Oh my goodness.
All this stuff.
Wow.
Started reading.
Wow.
So sick.
I just got goosebumps right now.
Well, I started reading them because I was like, I'm going to put some spells on my perp.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh,
And
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
So my computer got loosened up, and I went over and I sat down and did my thing, and then I left. Well, the next time I went back in and went to look for the witchcraft books, they were all gone. I don't know who took them. I think my perps got scared and probably hit them.
Your perps didn't want you knowing what their game is and how they do it.
No, they didn't want me to put a spell on them because they knew I would.
Yeah, but you don't want to. You don't want to step down to their level, you know.
Oh yes, I do.
Yeah, true, but if you don't know what they believe and what they practice, that sounds so trivial and sounds so innocent, the way that they come across in their teachings, then we don't know, because it sounds like Scientology. It sounds like, psychobabble. It sounds like, gang mentality, bullying to its highest extent. If you don't go with our program, we'll give you all these things, fame, fortune, power, but the moment you step on the line, you will be
I still would have done it.
punished. Yeah, I would have too, honestly. And I tell people that it's like, just because whatever your faith is, you should look into these things. Look into what they believe. Look into what they do, how they do it. Because if you don't, then you can't fully understand how to fight it.
Right.
So I'm with you there.
Well, I find the worst ones are the ones who come to your church. And
yes, they are plants in the church.
And they pretend that they're the best families around, And
I don't even go. And a lot of pastors don't even go to a church anymore. We don't, because we know they're plants.
In the church.
Well, I just can't give it up, but I have to go well armed.
A lot of people.
I want to have fellowship. I miss it, but it's just not what it once was.
Yeah.
Maybe it was all an illusion from the beginning. I don't know.
I think there still are some good people there, but there's so many that are there.
There are good people. It's just hard to know which side they're on. And
did you ever read the book Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville?
No.
Okay.
What's it called?
It's Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville. It's the best book ever written on America and the best book ever written on democracy. And in it, he states that if you want a country to go in one direction, all the people to think the same way, you can use two things. You can use patriotism, as we see in Germany, or you can use religion, as we see in the Mideast.
Well, that makes sense. It's a source of control.
And I add fear. And that's what I see as far as what's going on in Washington, D.C. They're using fear. They're using patriotism, make America great again.
Exactly.
And they're using religion. As Pence's, did you see Pence standing behind Trump when he signed what was it he's signing? He was signing something that pissed me off. I think it was about the churches, that they can now preach in the pulpit about politics.
Oh no, are you serious?
Really? I didn't see that. Oh.
I think they withdrew I think it was the Johnson Amendment or something like that, named after Johnson, President Johnson.
That's not right.
And
that is not right.
Well, Johnson said if the churches are going to start talking about politics, they can be taxed. So the churches cannot talk about politics, and Trump, I think, changed that. I'm not sure if it went through or not. I'll have to check that out to make absolutely sure what I'm talking about.
Well, that's interesting to know. But I do know after Y2K happened, I do know that they were offered to be 301c, so they would get money from the government as long as they shut up and just said what people want to hear, collect the money. That's what this former pastor of 32 years said. That's why he left. And I said, I start to see that too. I wasn't sure if it was just me, but now that you confirmed that, I'm out of there.
That just happened, right?
It has been happening since Y2K. It was in its infancy, and it has been going on for a long time. You know, when they bring in the cameras and they bring in, you know, the sound equipment, and they're using electronics, entrainment and electronic torture in the church itself. And I didn't realize, but my emotions were being manipulated. Every time I went there, I would like cry a river, and I didn't know why.
Yeah.
This is not me.
You know what? I spoke with Kate Ryan, and I don't know if you heard her. She's a TI that lives out in Western Mass, and
I know Kate Ryan very well.
yeah, and she said to me, she goes, it doesn't get any better at church. But she goes, I made a commitment to stay no matter what they did to me, because it meant that much to me. And that was, I think I needed to hear that, because I was right on the fence too. And it's not about what they think about you anyways. It's never been about that.
Right.
It's really, what's your relationship with God? That's what it's all about, and that you're good with God, so.
I don't know that I am, but I try to hope that I am.
Well, I just think if you're in this program and what you're going through, and you got to know that
you're a human being. Yeah, it's about human.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in stuff.
Oh.
It doesn't.
But he loves all of his creation.
He
all
does.
Of his
He does.
There's no one that's excluded. No one except those that don't have a soul.
I don't know where I'd be without him right now. That's hard.
I can live very well without him.
And that's, yeah.
I think it's a myth, and that's fine. And people can believe in whatever myth they want, but leave me out of it. I think religion is one of the most destructive things on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it can be. I know, as growing up Catholic, it was awful, and I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know that I was allowed to go outside of the Catholic Church and seek, and I did from a very small child, and I knew something wrong.
Like that.
Someone's got a dog.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that's me and my dog. A little noise makes her nervous.
Aww.
She's a little Chihuahua mix.
Oh.
She's so cute. But I just want to say that, I like the statement. Yeah, I just want to like the statement someone made about staying in church. Because, the Bible do say, let the weak.
I stay in faith, that's for sure. I do stay in faith. That is important.
Yeah.
To me, anyway.
And pray on a regular basis. Yeah.
I was raised in the Catholic Church, and I have nothing bad to say about them. I had a very good time in the Catholic Church. It's just that I started asking questions, and just changed my mind about a lot of things.
I think faith isn't about the church you go to, though. It's more about your relationship with God. That's how I feel it is.
Well, I took 10 years out of my life, and I went looking for God, and I came out an atheist.
Oh.
So.
Well, you've been through quite a bit, Barbara.
Well, I think that most atheists are like that, because in order to refute or refuse something as important as a religion, you have to know what you're talking about. And most atheists know more about religion than most people. They've read the Bible. They've read all the holy books. They've explored it. They've examined it. They've gone through all the questions. And that's why they've come out an atheist, but they've also done their homework. That's why you talk to an atheist and they know about religion, let me tell you. They know a hell of a lot more than I know, and I know a lot.
Well, I'll never know.
God doesn't exist. Can I just make a statement? God does not exist in the mind of people. And so people's opinions about religion and how they interpret the Bible and one religion versus another, and just like somebody just said that, it's not the people. She chose not to isolate herself by choosing not to go back, because it's for her. And it's for her relationship with God. In church, you've got people that are not honest and that are not serious about God, although they show up every Sunday. And but a lot of people who are judging God based on the behavior of people, you will never find God. Because
hey, wait a minute. let me get this straight. So, Barb, you went looking for God and you found atheism?
Yeah,
So that means that you didn't find God.
right.
Okay, so I just wanted to get that straight. And
I found out it was a big myth. That
myth.
that man created God in his own image.
No, I
Who told you?
I sort of like to keep all of that out of these talks. I mean, wasn't that Frank's? Where's Frank anyway?
I don't know.
Anyway, that was Frank? I know Frank's gone, so we're talking about religion and politics
I
again.
didn't bring it up.
No, well, wait a minute. Well, wait. Let me clarify something.
I didn't.
Somebody said somebody was talking about the
Amy
game
did.
stalking. Can I finish talking, please?
Okay,
Somebody
go ahead.
said-
Sorry, I didn't
No, not you,
squash
not
the
you.
subject. Okay.
No, not you. No, ma'am. I don't know your name, but I'm just trying to tell you how it started. Somebody was talking about gang stalking in church, and somebody said that they chose not to go back to the church because all the gang stalking.
Oh, that was
Right.
And
Yeah,
which is-
and then it kind
which
of
is-
veered off of this into this other discussion, which we could support at this point.
Right. Yeah, we can. Huh? What did you say?
Support is the word.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, it shouldn't have veered off because but the issue was about gang stalking. and
Yeah,
people
this
in
is
church.
this
And
is fire
somebody-
within. If somebody was asking.
Right. And somebody said, and I was trying to make a comment about, somebody said that they chose not to allow the gang stalking to keep them out of church because they didn't want to give in to that isolation. I mean, that was
Right,
because
and-
it's for them. And
Yeah.
which is a good point which is a good point. If you see an area in your life where it looks like you're being forced to isolate, you have to make the adjustment and don't allow that isolation.
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
you're right. I struggle with that daily.
Control.
Yeah.
That's what isolation is for.
I struggle with that daily because it's a trust issue, discernment issue that I struggle with daily.
We all
Myself,
struggle with
my
that.
thoughts.
Trust is a hard thing now.
Yeah.
So I have to correct my behavior accordingly. I don't want to hurt anybody or condemn anyone or judge anyone ever for what their belief system is.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't realize I come across that way, and that's not my intention at all.
Mhm.
Here's another good book for you. It's called Escape from Freedom, and it's written by a guy named Eric Fromm, F-R-O-M-M. And in that book, he states that the two ways to insanity is doubt and isolation. We used each other to certify our sanity. In other words, I look at, say, my neighbor or my husband or my daughter or whatever, and does this dress look good on me? Am I getting fat? Is the sky blue today? Is it gray? Is it going to snow? These are all things that certify our world. And
Well, that's what I contend too.
Now,
That
wait a
your
minute.
friends are just the people that you
Wait a
choose
minute.
to ignore.
let me
You
finish.
choose to ignore all the same problems.
Let me finish. Now, if you're isolated, if you put in isolated, confinement, you don't have anybody to bounce these questions off.
Yeah.
So the mind
Yeah.
has a way of
Acceptable
taking
calls.
off and going into its own little thing, and things that you normally wouldn't accept as sane or insane, you have nobody to certify them to yourself. And over a period of time, doubt and isolation are the two things that cause mental illness. That's what he said. Go read it.
Hmm.
I tend
That
to
does
believe-
make a lot of sense.
What's it called again?
It's called Eric Fromm. His name is Eric Fromm, and it's called Escape from Freedom. It's a very simple little book, and it's a real easy read. And that's
Well,
what I
when you
got.
think about people putting in isolation in prison, they do lose their minds. So you're right.
Right. Right. Because they have nobody to certify their sanity.
That makes a whole lot of sense, though.
So isolation and doubt will always cause mental illness.
So why that is? Well, animals are the same way if you think about it in nature too, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I knew I was not mentally ill when they started this bullshit, because I have very little doubt in what I think. When I think something, I tend to make absolutely sure that it's how can I put it, that it's scientifically based, that it has good legs to it, that it's solid.
Well, we can
evidence.
learn from you. We can learn from you because as we get older, we have to keep our brain constantly stimulated, or the Alzheimer's rate and dementia is through the roof. My mom has it so bad. She hardly recognizes us, but I know part of that was the alcoholism. The other part was the isolation part. That my older brother made sure that happened so he could take away her house, her car, her license, her freedom. And she never would have thought, because he was the golden child, that would happen. And I tried to tell her before it was too late, and it was already too late.
Amy,
I called over.
did you know that psychologically, the reason why targets are put in institutions, as soon as they hear voices, they say that they're hearing voices. Okay, obviously the usual diagnosis is schizophrenia, but psychologically in the protocol, it is impossible for a normal person to live with a person who is schizophrenic. That's why they put you in the mental institution.
What?
Cannot be done. You cannot live with that person.
Really?
Cannot.
What?
You're dealing with not potential, but regular visitations by other personalities. And
I can understand what you're saying, because if you are surrounded by people that are bumping into walls and talking to themselves, you're trying to find your own survival mechanism, your own normalcy, where there is no normalcy.
Is that what
that
you
kind of
mean?
makes a lot of sense.
yeah, it's difficult, and that's why you're put in.
So the fight or flight stops kicking in then.
Yeah, exactly. It just changes personalities. Instead of fight or flight, it's, oh, I think I'll be Susan today or somebody else. But that's basically the psychology behind it, and that's part
So
of
that's
the
how they
protocol.
split personality. That's how they're splitting personality then. That makes sense in a way.
Well, they're splitting. From what I understand, they split personality through stress. That
Trauma.
the person who is under a great deal of stress develops another personality in order to protect themselves from.
I was told to watch out for that, the dissociative disorder. I was told to watch out for that because I'm writing that fine line.
Trauma, Barbara, not stress, trauma.
Right.
It is trauma. You are correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there, done that.
Yeah, join the club.
Yeah, always been there doing that still.
That's how I feel.
Well, I didn't split. I mean, they trauma. I was on a trauma-based program, but I don't believe I split.
Yeah,
but I know that's how it's done. I've read about it.
I think it was Stanford University or Harvard back in the 60s. They did the ultimate.
The Stanford experiment, yep.
Okay, they put an individual into a tank that was 98.6, or exactly his body temperature, whatever it was. They took away his sight. They took away his hearing
What?
because of his immersion in the 98.6 degree water. He was deprived of all senses.
Right.
So
Oh my goodness.
when the brain is deprived of all senses, it goes into overdrive. It makes its own input. And this is what happens to people that are approaching dementia. They lose track. So their brain starts to manufacture their own world. That's why you see them bumping into walls and stuff and doing things like that. But it's a terrible thing. It really is. I've seen split
Well, think about
personality up close and personal, and it is not fun.
Have you?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have
That
too.
is so.
Yeah.
I haven't, but if you think about what they did with that astronaut Kelly and his twin,
Mhm.
they wanted to study him while he was up in space, as you said, removed from all people except the ones he was with there, so that they could do this experiment. I don't know what the outcome was with his twin, being a civilian here, but that really put a red flag up for me to want to look into that astronaut. And his wife, no coincidence, was the one that got shot in the, was it Sandy Hook?
Sandy.
Being a senator?
Yeah,
His
you
wife
know,
being
it wasn't Sandy. No, she was.
senator?
Representative.
Gabby Gifford? No, Gabby Gifford, I think it was.
Gabby Gifford, who it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, was his wife. Is his wife.
Mhm.
Astronaut
In-
Kelly.
In New Mexico or something, is
Right.
that it?
She was in Arizona, I think.
Oh, Arizona. Okay.
Okay. I wanted to go into this earlier, but everyone was very much deeply into a subject, so I did not want to bring it up. But how many different states do we have here? We have Arkansas, we have Massachusetts, we have Colorado that I know of.
New York.
Oh, Colorado. I know
New
about
York,
the underground thing there.
Michigan.
Michigan.
Arizona.
Michigan, yeah, I'm from Michigan too.
Okay,
Are you?
so
What part?
The very upper part where people think there's no people that live there. Twin Cities, about 3 hours from Canada, a little town called Kingsford and Iron Mountain, which is like Kingsford the charcoal.
Oh, Iron Mountain.
About
Yeah.
4,000 people. It was all
Got a cousin that lives up there.
iron ore mining, I believe that's, and coal mining.
It must have been cold this last few days.
it's 10.
Yeah, I see that on the news.
It's 10 degrees here
Oh.
right now.
Yeah, I remember 50 below zero winters very well.
Why do you want to know what states?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was getting, we're beating off track again. I would like to start proliferating this new group stars within each state. And I was just curious to see how many people would be interested in forming a group in their own state called stars.
I don't have to. You're here.
Well, I'll tell you what happened in Michigan. They had a targeted Michigan group.
Yeah.
And I joined it. I think for about a half a year, there were maybe 4 members in it.
Right.
And it never got any bigger. And I met a couple of members that or people targeted individuals or made contact with them in Michigan that weren't part of that group. So, but anyway, I looked it up at one point. It just didn't seem to be going anywhere, didn't seem to be doing anything. And I looked it up, and the administrator was in jail for stalking.
Oh, God.
So I like, okay, no lie. That group, in fact, targeted Michigan might still be there. But I just want to tell you, I looked it up and found out through court records that. But anyway, yeah, that was the end of that. And I meant to mention this to you at some point, Frank. You gave me 2 numbers of people that were like within 50 miles from my house, and neither one of them responded to email and telephone calls. So those people either, I don't know, they vaporized or something.
Okay, they might have. A lot of them have been through this so many times. They do not want to join any groups. They don't want to be involved with anybody. They might be bedridden. They might be, who knows what condition they're in. But there are people that I haven't been in touch with, some of them, and I try to stay in touch with everybody. I'll call when I can, all the time. And
Listen, can I mention something?
sure, Bob.
Okay. Earlier in the call when I first got on.
You're a little faint, Barb.
Yeah.
Can't quite hear you.
When I first got on the call talking to Frank before he taped this, I spoke about this, and I think that it's real important. I read a speech by Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World. Did any of you ever hear of him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also did a speech called The Ultimate Revolution. Now, in this, he talks about hypnotism. He talks about Pavlov's dogs. He talks about what's going to come down the pike as far as technology. I mean, he nailed it right on the head. But he said also 2 things that stuck with me. One is when we are stressed, trauma also, and we are sleep deprived, which most TIs go through a really early period where they are stressed, traumatized, or sleep deprived. This opens the subconscious to any it makes it readily available to open to suggestions. And this is 2 of the reasons why we are stressed and we are traumatized and why we are sleep deprived. And he says here, he talks about a conference he went to, but he also talks about how when they put us through this stress trauma and put us through this sleep deprivation, it kind of goes into the realm of hypnotism. And he talks about Hitler, and he said Hitler used to do his major speeches at night because people were tired and more susceptible to suggestions. And he also knew that stress would open people's minds. Anyway, go into the Google Aldous, Aldous Huxley, The Ultimate Revolution, and it's on a website called Pulse. Freedom of the press is guaranteed only to those who own it. And it was February 2nd, 2009. And I don't think that you'll be very disappointed if you do read this. I think you'll be very pleased with it.
Good. Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Oh, hi. I just got on. What's been going on?
It's kind of after Christmas, right before New Year's call, where the people that are usually here are caught up in, preparing for New Year's and stuff. So what's up?
Not much. I'm not really sure what's the thing about the executive order, if it really has anything to do with us or not.
We're not
It
going
doesn't.
there, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not going to listen to it anymore tonight. No more politics.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
We got into politics, and it took up a lot of time, and we don't have that kind of time to waste. And we need to concentrate and stay on topic if we can. But I know where you're coming from, and yes, there were things said about uh, uh, directed energy weapons. Okay, and it was the kind of weapons that are hurting us. Now, somebody else on the call earlier said it was
You were supposed to
above.
send me a link to that.
What's that, Bob? Is
You
that
were
you?
supposed to send a link to me on that,
Oh, I haven't had a chance to do anything.
on that speech.
Yeah, I will get it for you.
No, you won't. You're gonna forget.
No, I won't forget. All right, tell you what, I'll do it right now. Turn yourself up and
Hey,
talk.
Frank.
Yeah. Yeah.
Frank, can I ask, how is Mike Mason doing? I know
Uh,
you guys were doing some really great things, you
yeah,
know, on the time of the first DC protest.
he's doing fine.
Good, 'cause I haven't heard him on the calls.
Yeah, he's kind of not on the calls lately. I don't know.
He hasn't been having his calls?
I'm
Check
not
in
sure
with him
about
and
that.
let him know we're concerned about him and praying, thinking of him.
Yeah, I'm before the day before the call. I'm busy preparing for the call. So
Hmm.
when it goes off topic and it's too far into the call to bring up what I'm supposed to do, uh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, and I will
That's
try to
okay.
keep it to topic.
But
I will
Mike,
keep that
I'm
in
worried
mind.
about
My
too.
friend reminded me too.
Mike, I'm worried about too.
Why are you worried about him? What's the matter with him?
I don't know. He's sort of like backed out of everything lately. I haven't been able to. So what I was going to say is the day before is the night that he has his calls. So I need to see if I can get everything that I'm doing done by 6 p.m. so I can join his call.
Whose call?
Mike Mason's call.
Oh, today?
This is Friday. His call would have been yesterday and Monday
Oh, I missed
at
it.
6 p.m.
Will we have another one?
Oh yeah.
Will you let me know?
Just every week.
Certainly will. Yeah. I have to add. I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't want to be added. I have to ask him. But he hasn't been added to the regional call list. We'll call it. Derek hasn't added him to the list, and I neglected to put him on there too.
Are you going to have a Sunday call again too? And
Oh,
I
yeah.
would like for all of us to celebrate together on that day. You know, just to honor each other and say what we're grateful for. Just because we live in such a fallen world, and that's the only way we're going to get through this is to be sincere, to be ourselves,
And be connected.
from our heart.
Mike sent
I
me
agree.
a notification on his call for Thursday. So he's still doing his call.
So I love everybody. You know that.
Yeah.
I don't have any. And I just want for everybody to be taken off this list, which I don't know if it's ever going to happen, but I see progress is being made. Yeah, I grew up in a very negative environment, but
We're
I'm
winning.
an overcomer. All overcomers. We are overcomers. We get to decide how our story is and how our fate goes, and for others too.
That's why we get picked for this ruddy job.
Because we're in this together. They did us a favor, actually, because, you know, we wouldn't have each other during these hard times and holidays and, you know, stressful events going on. So that is gratitude enough for me. Even if nothing else happens good in my life again, that is enough for me. That makes me, you know, want to pick up in the pieces and say, you know, quit having a pity party for yourself and, you know, step out in faith and say, encourage other people from your heart, from what you really mean, and support them in any way and gather information. We are all gatherers of information, and that's a great, great thing. We are the best resource, as most companies don't realize. Their best resources are people, not their machines, not their technology, but their people who are creative, innovative, motivated, entrepreneurial. So I'm not all that, but I count on other people that are all that have all these skills, that have heart. You know, and even if I have half a brain, I have a heart, and that's for something.
Yeah. Don't forget
Coming
that.
from the Midwest, you know, I love all these people.
Don't forget that we're all coming here totally honest too.
Exactly. Honest, authentic, real, not sugar-coated, not fake, just real.
Yeah.
You know, we're all related, whether we want to believe it or not. We're all related, and my own family, I cannot relate to, but you guys are my extended family. But I cannot talk to them. They won't believe me, no matter if I have it on paper and it's classified documents. They won't believe me, and so I'm not wasting my breath anymore. You know, I'll waste my energy, use my energy on those I can help, those I can encourage, those I can let them know their life is worth living, can know that they're worth it, that they're worth it.
Frank,
To not let them think that despair is the answer and giving up is the answer. It's not. But I feel like that all the time, you know, but I have you guys to thank for lifting me up, you know, just listening and not even talking, just listening. It's done so much.
Did you send me that link, Frank?
Yes, ma'am. I'll get right on it right now.
Yeah, you didn't send it. See, I knew you wouldn't.
You know what it is? The wrong browser came up. Let me see.
Wrong bra came up. I didn't
Browser.
wear a bra.
Browser.
You wear a bra. I'm gonna tell.
Tell who to turn up. All right, it'll take me a few minutes to find it, so you guys carry on.
We gotta rock it on Sunday. We gotta rock it out. Even if it's apple juice, it is champagne, apple juice, grape juice, soda, whatever. We gotta celebrate.
Hey, I got an idea for Sunday. Everybody bring the TI YouTube stuff they watched for the week and make a comment on it.
That's a great idea. That is a great idea.
That's a really good one.
Now, you want the one about the indictments?
Yes, the one where he mentions directed energy. I want to hear that.
Okay.
Because I don't believe, because I know on that executive order that I read, there was no mention there of directed energy.
It's in the speech.
Wow.
Right. It was bullshit. It was, somebody put it in then.
Did Karen Stewart or Catherine Horton address that you know, Frank? If I got to go get my chip for my smartphone in order for me to use it now? It's ridiculous. That's what Verizon told me. I used to work for Verizon. I'm like, don't BS me. I work for the company. I just added a $45 card to get service. So what if I couldn't afford to add a prepaid card since August and I lost my phone number? I only called one person on that, which was the former Prime Minister, Defense Prime Minister of Canada. Had a nice long conversation with him about all this mess. And he replied, and he was great. He was merciful, and he was, he had grace for us. He doesn't want this for us. And he's almost 90. So all these people that are going up in age, it's like they're penance. They're wanting to come out, putting something on. They're wanting the truth, even if it's not about their own country. They're wanting the truth out there. So I'm going to get his book, Money Mafia. I have to find that book because it spells out a lot of this stuff. And thank you for sharing, Barbara. I'm going to look up those other sites because all this is useful. I'm going to keep it in hard copy on a file because they're going to take down our infrastructure, and that's all we're going to have. We're going to need hard copy backup.
Well,
I don't want to rely on
get one.
anything online that we can take down.
I usually print out everything that I think is important too.
Yeah, everybody's a great contributor. Great minds think alike, as they say. I don't know about me being a great mind, but I'm part of a team that I get to be a great mind. So that's enough for me.
Hey, Doug, keep talking, Amy. I'm looking for an echo.
Oh, okay.
I'm hearing it too.
Okay, it's gone.
When that
I found it.
When that former State Department individual that I met here, and all kinds of weird stuff happened during that and after that last night, or 2 days ago, I saw a Virginia car with paper plates, a brand new Envoy, big SUV. I was about to go take a picture of it and look it up on the DMV website to see who it belonged to, and that car was gone the next day because they must have heard me looking around that car and trying to see who the maker or who the seller of the car, the company, who it was, so I could trace it back to find out who were they really. Anytime I see Virginia plates, I have to do that because I just know that a lot of times it's not what we think. Follow your intuition. Not that I'm not paranoid and I don't like every, which way. I'm not looking for, signs and, symbols or whatever. But when something piques your interest, you know that that is your inner voice telling you. You need to pay attention.
Okay, Barb, it is in the chat.
All right.
I find all this stuff really useful. And this is how we're going to gather this information to show the people, not just the people on the streets, but show those that matter, whether they're in the Senate, whether they are an activist.
12, 18.
Barb, will you turn up your mic or something?
Turn up my mic.
Yeah.
Okay, turned up. Is that good?
Well,
better.
Oh my God. My ears out.
But still not loud enough.
Yeah.
Not loud enough.
I think it's got a short in it somewhere.
They keep forwarding my calls, delaying them.
I need a new set of earbuds.
What, did you just get your ears blown out?
Yeah. Yeah. Hang on.
Maybe it was the Salem witches.
Yeah.
Have you're near there, right? Have you ever gone there and gone into some of these alchemy
Oh, yeah.
kind of places?
Oh, I've been there, yeah.
Can you share some of the stuff online or on the phone, what you encountered? Because I'd be interested to know.
It's a beautiful place. It's all cobblestone. There's beautiful shops, witchy shops, clothing
So
shops.
aren't you curious to pick up some of those manuals of how they cast spells and stuff like that? Aren't you kind of curious?
Oh, I got a whole bunch of them already.
Oh, I am.
Hello.
You did?
Hello. Hello.
I know I am.
Hey,
No,
Barb,
not very loud, Barbara.
Barbara,
Faint.
you're out in the woods, kid.
Is it snowing there?
Hear me now?
Speaking.
You guys getting a lot of snow?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to eat the mic.
Hello? Wait a minute.
Like a whisper.
I'm a whispering. There we go.
I got another microphone. My other one I gave up on.
I got to get a new headset. I go through headsets like you read about.
Yeah, I used to when I was in the tech world.
This was under $10. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, good deal.
Oh, yeah.
Logitech.
Yeah, they make some good
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Logitech is good. I've used them.
I don't know whether these are Sony or what they are. Wait a minute. Yeah, Logitech.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah. Way
Yeah,
better. Way
Okay,
better.
that's good. I just did something. I have no idea what I did.
Well, it works.
It's like me. I did 10 things. See if that works.
Yeah.
I wanted to also mention today I had my semi-annual apartment inspection, and two of these guys come in. They look like cops. They had that look to them. They look like FBI agents. What I would envision an FBI agent.
Oh my goodness, you must be really important.
No. I think they just worked for the security company. They were like these security knobs, you know. And you know what he did? It took me entirely by surprise. He took pictures.
Really? Of all the nerve.
And I said to him, my apartment, I said, why are you taking pictures? He said, well, in case there's any damage done. And I said,
oh, like hinting?
yeah, but I said to him, why didn't you take it before I moved in? Why are you taking it off my stuff
Good
now?
point. Good point. What
And
did
he
he
said, well, we're taking it now. So he took it.
Oh.
Because they can go back and they can examine that picture and see everything that I own. And that pissed me off.
Yeah.
And it's business
Yeah,
that I
I
own.
would too. I would be too, because obviously they have other intentions, whatever they are.
Yeah, if they want to break into your house and get something,
You want to
or
plant
they want to
something.
do something real fast, they want to know where everything is so they can navigate in the dark. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything.
I was
Well, you gotta
thinking.
take this out, or you got to take that out, or we don't want this here, or we don't want that here. They didn't
or
know
the floor plan.
They didn't know about my security system because I had shut my TV off, so that wasn't showing
Smart.
up.
Good for you.
And I hid my cameras so they couldn't see
Good
those.
for you. Yay.
And but I had my laptop out, and I was pissed because I didn't want my laptop out.
Yeah,
you
you
got
should
other
get
stuff
big
on it,
sheets
too.
and put stuff, just cover everything up.
I agree.
Right. Well,
TV included, the flat screen.
who knew they were going to take pictures? I've never had
Yeah.
a landlord come into my apartment and take pictures before.
Yeah, they did that with me, and the people who did it, they knew I was a target. I'm convinced a big reason is so they could learn the layout, the floor plan of the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my room is big, but I just didn't like it. I felt it was a big infringement of privacy.
It is invasion of privacy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they have to give you a reason. They have to, by law.
Well, he told me that in case there's any damage to the apartment. Well, how are you going to see damage if everything's covered up? I could claim that damage was done before I moved in.
That's a cover story. It's obvious.
It's always a cover story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, the maintenance people, they get the maintenance people on my ass here. And I went out, and every time I go out, he comes in and he breaks something. Like, I had this really, really cute ornament, and it's hanging on the wall. When I put it up there, it was in one piece. When I came back from going out, her hand was broken off, and it was put on my table. And another time,
Barb, can I make a
And then
suggestion?
yeah.
Before you leave the house, take pictures of everything. Every room.
I think I'm gonna. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just take your phone and snap a few pictures and make sure everything's where it belongs. And set it
You
up
are right.
set a pencil up on something that'll fall. I mean, you know what
Right.
I'm talking about. Set the place
Yeah.
up.
Piece of tape. There's a
Set the place
Well,
up.
you know what I found out is that I have the same security system as the landlord has. He has Linux security system. Now, when I come home and I look at my security system on my TV, which I have it up, and I always put my camera, I have all my cameras on my windows. And then when I leave, I put my camera inside. But when I come home and I look at my TV, it blinks out and then it blinks back in. So I think somehow they manipulate my cameras. They get the same system. They get the manual. They know how to do it.
They
So
just
what I
turn
have,
the electricity off at my house
well, I think they
while I'm
just
gone, you know?
freeze it, freeze it in one frame and
Yep.
then freeze it back when I come back, after I come back in. Because I'll see it blink out and then blink back in.
You should have one of those ducks that go up and down in the water.
I don't get it. What do you mean by that?
A dipper duck.
Oh,
Yeah,
you mean the stork thing that?
Yeah, so you can
It's
see
lots of water and it's like a thermometer.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, and put it by something you don't want them to mess with. But they've been coming in and out of my house. I mean, they used to come in every day. If I'd go out and take a walk around the block, they were in my house.
That's
it was
what
so
they do.
bad. And then I got like cameras all over the place, and they don't come in as much.
Well, this is what I'm thinking of buying is getting a motion detector. Angel had a system set up, and he used a cheap little one of those flip phones, and he used a motion detector device that you can get from Walgreens. It's real cheap. So I'm thinking of setting it up. He gave me a list of what to buy, so I just gotta ask him how to put it together.
Oh, and another thing is I got a camera for my car because they break in my car all the time, and they go in and take the card out.
Oh my God!
They take the
I
memory
know
card out.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
So nervy.
Yeah. So there it sits,
Well, I had a camera one time, and I'm walking up the street, and this person sitting talking to my neighbor who is also a perp. So I took his picture, right? So I kept on walking. I went to the mall, and I bought a new, those SD cards, a new card for it. So I was sitting on the outside, and I put the new card in it, and they set it up so that they stole my phone. They stole the whole damn phone.
I was in this store once, and it was a huge store. There weren't that many people in it, and there were like 2 or 3 people in it, right? And I started taking pictures with my tablet.
Yeah.
And I took, go.
Who is that?
That's me trying to get my phone up.
Hello. Please leave a message.
Okay, go ahead. Are you there?
And after a while, they made the click inside my head, like B2K, and I don't get B2K anymore.
What did they do?
I kept taking pictures with my tablet, and that tablet had this like clicking sound when I took the pictures, and after a while they put the clicking sound. After I took the pictures, they put the clicking sound, B2K'd it into my head.
Oh my.
There idiots, to total Mengele morons.
Mangum, that's a good one. Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, yeah. Harassed.
Well, did you ever hear of Campbell? William, is it William or Robert? I can't remember. He did The Power of Myth.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw all of those.
Okay, well he
had the books. Yeah.
He has videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
So I remember one time he had taped some Tibetan monks who were doing some chanting. They were doing Om.
Mm-hmm.
And I remembered this, and I wanted to hear it again because it just pulled me. It pulled me from inside. It was the strangest thing. So I went and I found the clip, and I found that piece of Om, and I started using it, and it absolutely pulled my whole mind into it, the way these Tibetan monks were chanting. Well, the next time I went and used it, they had added a click to it. They didn't like it. They didn't like the fact that I was into it, and they added this disturbing click to it, so that every few seconds I would hear this click, 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 and it disturbed everything.
Joseph Campbell.
Joseph Campbell, yes.
Yeah.
That was very interesting, wonderful series.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I really enjoyed listening to him and having talk about the history and how the power of myth affects our lives, and it was just really great. I bought the book and I lent it to this guy, and he stole it.
He stole it?
He stole it.
Book.
I used to be a book dealer.
Well, he stole my book. I was really mad because he was a clerk in a 7-Eleven, and I was talking to him about it. I said, okay, I'll lend it to you. So I brought it down, and I lent it to him, and I went back, and he never was there anymore, and he took it. I think it was a perp.
Uh-huh.
I think it was a setup.
I think he was a thief.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That too.
well, most of them are. Do you know, I found out that perps call themselves zappers.
Not mine.
So anytime you want to freak out a perp, call them a zapper and see what happens. See if you get a reaction. I'd be curious to know.
They're very covert in my life. I hardly ever spot them.
Oh, really?
They just leave a trail.
They're indifferent.
I called a couple of perp zappers, and they really freaked out. They were like,
oh, my two are indifferent.
In what way, Frank?
do you talk to them?
They don't care if they're called zappers or not.
Oh.
Have you tried it?
Yeah, just now.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
They don't like Zappa.
See?
He relates to Frank Zappa.
Oh,
that's their excuse.
They don't like it because that's what they are.
I guess they've never actually heard it before.
Well, a lot of I was told if you see a Z on a license plate,
Yeah.
that's a zapper.
Oh.
Wow.
That's a perp.
That's a little far out, Barb.
I don't know.
I got an X in mine. What does that mean?
You're dead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I used to have a license plate that they gave to me. It was 33ETF. ETH. That was before I was a target.
I'm trying to get targeted, but I don't know if it's a good idea.
Yeah, I don't think so.
What do you mean?
Or target one, something like that.
vanity plate.
Yeah.
Oh,
How about on target?
well, that was the name of the security
How about
company.
Bullseye?
A bullseye. I think bullseye would be good.
Wait a minute, that was the name of the security company up the street. The two boys that used to target me. They belonged to a security company, and it was called On Target, and they had a bullseye with an arrow in it.
You think that maybe it was a fake security company?
No, because they used to blow the shit out of me in my bedroom, and they, matter of fact, the guy next door, they used to come through his house and hit me, and that's what flipped him. He turned into a perp.
I know, but I'm saying that they weren't really security. What they were was gang stalkers.
No,
They were
real.
professional gang stalkers. They had
Well,
their,
maybe that
their
too.
fake company, you know.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, good.
Private
in there.
security companies are often zappers, you want to call them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to let you all know, some of you I've told already, but Karen Stewart will be a guest next Wednesday evening at 9 p.m.
Oh,
Remind me,
wonderful.
'cause I want to come.
Thank you.
I like Karen.
Yeah, that's awesome.
He goes on Ramola's V2 videos.
Now.
She's very smart. She's very smart.
Yeah.
I really like her.
I've been watching them for a little while.
She always comes out with some really good stuff.
Frank, were you there when she talked that Secret Service guy into joining us?
I don't recall that one. What was that?
Frank, you remember that?
What's that?
She was the keynote speaker in D.C. in June, and she talked to the Secret Service guy when he asked for a permit to protest, and she shared with him about all this stuff, and he didn't know. He had a hard time believing, but he joined us. Now, whether he or joined us, I don't know what term you want to use, but that's
Was it
that's what I got.
YouTube?
I don't know, but I got from many people that she had talked to that Secret Service guy, and he joined with us. He left his job at the Pentagon.
Do you recall his name?
Oh.
No, I think that's a question that she'll be able to answer on Wednesday.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And I don't know if anybody's seen it, but the police's cameras at the Pentagon supposedly were infiltrated and hacked just before the election. It's on the news. Kind of funny. I'm wondering who hacked it, but we have such smart kids doing this too. Even 10-year-olds can do this stuff. 14-year-olds can do this stuff. If they can do it, that is, we got to find some of those individuals.
You know what? My daughter and my daughter-in-law had we were walking around one day. We went to the store. Well, this is before, we got distant. And I took them to the store shopping, and so I was sitting there. We were having a hot dog, and I said, you got to keep the cell phones away from the baby. So they both looked at me, and I said, because if you keep cell phones near the baby, I said the tower is pinging your cell phone every few seconds, and that's going through the baby. Keep all this shit away from the baby. So they turned around and they both pulled their cell phone out of the carriage.
Oh.
Oh, never keep your cell phone near a baby. That's terrible. I'm surprised.
They didn't know.
No, people don't know.
Yeah, they don't.
I said every time this tower pings that cell phone, it's going right through the baby. And both phones were in there, and I was like freaking out.
Well, Google pings the phone if you have Google Maps on there. Your cellular provider pings the phone. Apple pings the phone if you have an Apple, because
Yeah.
they're always looking for feedback on how it's working. They have a file on board that they
Oh, really?
take every once in a while to see how the phone's doing. They'll never touch your information. Let me see, any other apps you have that are on, like your bank app? Oh, your bank wouldn't do that. I guess the biggest one is Google, because if you go to like Amazon, they know you're there. Yeah.
They know.
Well, they don't do it anymore because they know better, because I chewed them both out.
You did?
I said, oh, you bet your boots I did. Are you kidding?
Good for you.
I was in Costco and I was about ready to jump up and beat them both with a stick. I was, I was beside myself.
I wish I could have been there to see that.
Out, oh man, was I mad. How dare you do this to this baby? And because they both didn't know. They both really didn't know. So I started to inform them, and now they both know about targeting. They both know what's going on. And in fact, family knows what's going on.
Well,
So,
it's said that many women that put it in their bra have gotten breast cancer. From
right.
that. Or on their hip, or guys on their hip, or girls wearing it on their hip. I did that for a long time. I didn't know.
Amy, where do you keep it now?
Usually in my purse when it's with me.
Yeah,
but I keep it now is I keep it either under my pillow, under stacks of pillows, or away from me, because I don't want those signals to be affecting my sleep, because they do.
Under your pillow? I don't know. You could put it in a bag of, empty coffee bag has that like silver lining in it.
Right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, just wrap it up in that. Put,
well, my smartphone doesn't go under it, but my smartphone, I actually bought a metal case that you use to put your valuables or your money in, and then you lock it. So that's where I put the smartphone. Because
but that doesn't.
You put it under your pillow? Is that what you really said?
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Oh my God, that's
probably
bad as the
not a
baby.
good idea. But it stacks the pillows, so it's like
that doesn't matter. It's too close.
So I
put away from your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should keep it on the dresser, because even my dog picks up on it. So.
Well, you should put it like at the farthest place in the house, away from you. That's my opinion.
If your dog is in the same room, the sound of a text message is a very high pitched noise when you send a text. Yeah.
Really?
Going up and then coming down.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Very loud.
Oh, no wonder.
I
know a lot of people that younger people like to text. I really don't like to text.
I like to text because I can yell at my kids and they can't ignore me.
but that goes on permanent record on the up to the cloud, even if you erase it.
I don't care. Yell at them. It's like, what are you, stupid?
My cell phone doesn't work in my house. I'm in a dead zone.
Really?
But I can't,
you're dead zone?
I can't text.
How can
you be
I've been
seriously giving some thought to moving to a third world country where there is no technology.
How can you be targeted in a dead zone?
Well, they're going to find a way.
They still have satellites up there. They'll find you.
I think they moved in the neighborhood.
Many eyes in the sky. Let's just say it that way.
But I think it is kind of hard for them, because I know they used to come by in a car and sit out in front of my house because they always wanted me to know they were there. They had a bad muffler on there, and then they'd fuck with me, and then they'd like take off like that. You know,
Yeah,
just
I have that all the
annoying.
time here.
Yep,
to be
just to
annoying.
annoy me. Yeah.
Like they can't go the short way. They have to go the long way, which means they have to come my direction. They have to go out of their way to just be a pain in the you know what.
Yeah, I must be really tired tonight or something. I don't know.
You ready to close, Frank?
No, I'm going till 9 o'clock.
All right.
Yep. Then Linda takes over.
On your call? On this line?
No, she's got another call. Starts at
Okay.
9 o'clock. So.
Yeah, talk shoe.
Yep.
Hello.
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 Hi. How you guys
Hi.
doing tonight?
Oh, very good. How you doing?
I'm getting through. I apologize for the noise. Where I'm at, I can't control it,
That's
but
okay.
I'm getting through. I just had an outburst. I'm so tired. You know. Thank God you guys had the line on. I guess I can get a breath of fresh air. You don't feel good being controlled mentally or being someone's lab rat or being a puppet, you know,
Right.
but you just get through it. You get through it, you know, and so I was with someone and I thought it was PI, but I don't believe he's a targeted individual, you know, but that's why I said I did not want to come in this house. You know, I have to be careful what I'm saying. I'm on their phone. I don't have enough minutes on my phone, but it felt good just to know you guys had a line on that early. I've been trying to get on. Every time I get on, I had to get off or whatever. But she's getting ready to turn the music up loud. So,
Oh, I just wanted to.
it's hurtful because I was taken from my place. I'm about to be quiet. I was taken from my place purposely and brought here where I was created with an atmosphere to block me from talking on my own phone. You know, but I'm getting through it.
Can I interject something? Anybody who is muted, it's because the room was muted. Anytime you want to speak, just hit *6.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm getting ready to be quiet, but I'm just listening to you guys. Just so good to talk to someone that really knows that it's real. The wireless technology is real. It's not fake. It's really not fake. And even if the government can't expose how, like, to the extent of what the technology can do, they can recognize though that it is real. You know, and I think they should create something, a hotline or something where you can call in for some type of help. Just acknowledge the fact that it's real, and no one has to, okay, I want you to live a fabricated life or real life. Call the cops then. No, you know it's happening. You're monitoring me, and you should do something about it, you know. So.
Headway is being made as we speak, thank God. And just to share with you, Frank said that the ex-NSA Karen Stewart's going to be on the Wednesday night call.
I'm sorry.
What did you say?
Share that Karen Stewart's going to be on the Wednesday call. Let her know that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's been having all kinds of problems down south. She had somebody walk right up to her front door, knock on the door. She opened the door, and the guy punched her right in the face and split her lip.
Oh my! When did that happen?
Not too long ago. She's got a major lawsuit going now, and it's terrible. She's really getting picked on. And
she's in Maryland, right?
Yeah, she should be getting respect.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, they don't want her to speak out. She's a threat.
Frank, there is a thing called Ring. I wonder if she has that, because that photographs anybody who comes to your door. And a lot of people are using it here for porch bandits. Porch bandits through your Amazon packages. But before they got to the package, they're photographed coming up the walkway to the door.
Yeah.
You ready?
there's a lot of brazen people here actually going up in houses, setting fires.
Yeah, I found him.
Did you knock him off?
No, I didn't knock him off. I just muted him because we can't have anybody disturbing the call.
Mm-hmm.
Once they figure out they have their radio on too loud, they'll just probably turn it down and unmute.
So it wasn't me, Melinda?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay. Because I think my perps are on all the calls. They're always on my computer.
They might be.
Okay, well, anyway, that ring thing is really interesting. You should look into that.
Yeah. You know, the other thing is we should probably, when all this stuff happens, when the ball is going to drop in New York, we should probably tap into Al Jazeera and those kind of news medias to see what we miss with the American media. Anything that may be a false flag, which I know they're going to do again, like that so-called young terrorist event in New York that recently happened. He tried to kill himself, but he didn't succeed. It blew up in his face, but it didn't kill him. So it's the world gone mad. He probably wasn't even, part of ISIS. He may have just been disenfranchised because of this system. Not sure how it works with DACA. You probably know more about that, Frank, than I do, about the wall and DACA and what's going on with immigrants being sent back, whether they were born here or not.
Right.
These guys are usually paid by the CIA and trained by the CIA, and they're not necessarily ISIS. They're just loner Muslims who they give a lot of money to, or a lot of money to the family, and train them how to
That would make sense.
immolate.
Yeah. That would make sense. And there's been massive power outages here. Don't be surprised if they, somebody within our government does that, or hackers do it, between now and New Year's. So infrastructure. I'm just really curious and a little bit afraid of what's going to happen with this bill going through with the non-neutrality. How that's going to impact us.
That's going to hit us pretty hard.
State by state, they have a way to vote, but apparently there was a secret vote on this and misinformation given to most people that don't know what non-neutrality actually means for us. That we're going to be censored. Everybody in the United States is going to be censored.
Well, I think if enough people get upset about it, there will be a riot, a riot, because this affects the kids themselves, so they might get off their asses and do something. If enough people are aware of the censorship, I don't know. On YouTube, it's pretty bad. Censorship.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's going to happen.
Vimeo's a lot more permissive. I don't know whether
probably
It'll be a riot. We need a revolution.
Yeah.
Probably these tech giants and these people who are hired thugs. It probably has to do with NASDAQ too. I'm sure it has to influence them as well, right? Security companies, private contractors.
I would say, yeah. Private contractors, especially.
Because if we can impact, gouging their pockets, then that's going to really hit them where it hurts.
Yeah, it's all going to get passed down to us, though. I knew that something was going to happen pretty soon, but I didn't know how soon. I didn't think it would be this soon. I think I mentioned it a couple, or maybe 6 weeks ago, that pretty soon Facebook was going to start charging and things were going to change. But not good.
I think Facebook is on its way out. I think Mark Zuckerberg has been outed or exposed or unmasked. and people just don't want to know that everything is being followed. I mean, I've noticed the quality of people's exposition has changed, you know?
Yes.
It's really getting so superficial, like who the heck cares?
Yeah.
So I think they've sown the seeds of their own destruction. I'm off it. I'm off it 90% of the time now. I'm not going to do any more pictures or anything.
Oh, as soon as my website's done, I'll probably be off of it too. I'll leave the site there. But, you know, with both groups, but I probably won't be on there that much. Be on the web all the time.
Well, that's what a lot of the YouTubers are doing.
Well, I didn't sign up for that, but somebody signed me up and put my pictures and things on there. So I didn't know they could do that.
I didn't know they could do that either.
Yep. But I don't care. Not denying.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Melinda. Hi, Frank.
Hey, how you doing?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You too.
Almost.
I just wanted to say hi. This is Gina from Kansas City.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
So what's happening in Kansas City these days?
Oh, not a whole lot. My sister I was staying with was robbed on Christmas Eve. They kicked the door in. Other than that, just the same old, same old.
Christmas Eve, they kicked the door and
Yeah.
nobody was home, right?
No, we had stepped out to go get groceries. It was on the news. Yeah, we had a Fox 1 News come out here. Yeah, they did a story on it.
Do you think it was perps, or do you think it was just, you know, mischievous kids, or what?
Well, really, I thought it was mischievous kids because they took the PlayStations, both big screen TVs. They took some of her meds. They took the kids' tank shirts.
Wow.
But yesterday we had to have the police. Yeah, we had to have the police back out here because somebody was going around knocking on windows and pushing on doors. So that sounds more like perps to me. Yeah.
In the middle of the day too. They don't even care.
Yeah. But she just moved and she's not in a real good part of town either, so.
Well, know that the call that Ella had last night, this special guest Stephen from Illinois, said he's working together with people from Kansas City and Illinois and Minnesota.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, on Ella's call last night, they were talking about that. There's stuff happening, good stuff.
Is that the same Stephen that was on Ella's call last night?
Yeah, Stephen, I guess he was one of the bad guys. So he said he was one of the perps. He didn't say perp, but he said he was one of the bad guys going along with this stuff until he was attacked. And he just knew something wasn't right and changed. He lost his business and went overseas, and the targeting wasn't as intense as it is here. But a lot of Europeans would come up and start talking to him and telling him what they know.
I went overseas as well, but it doesn't help.
Yeah, he seemed like a pretty smart man, really.
This German guy.
And a good heart. I guess he's from Texas, and he lived in Minnesota, and he said his cousin was paid to be a target or a targeter, and the deal they made with him to make him mayor in Minnesota.
Did they get any kind of information on programs or equipment that they used? Did they get anything out of it, or just?
I only got on the last half of the call,
Yeah.
so I didn't hear the whole thing. But he supposedly was a trucker, hauling like concrete and construction materials and stuff. And then he went and worked in Europe, in France, and a lot of people, a lot of people from that country came up and just had a conversation, talked with him, and told him what they knew. that they heard how bad it is in the United States. So that tells you something.
Yeah, I want their damn computer, the program, and the
Yeah.
link to the site that they go to. And,
I'm sure it's
you know,
multiple sites because it's through the dark web, right?
if somebody wants to come forward, I'll pay them. Come forward with the program and the computer. Yeah.
Well, contact Ella and ask her about her guest Steve from Illinois
Yeah.
that was on the call last night.
Yeah,
If you
I
have
will.
her
I'll do
way
that.
of contacting her. She's going to have another one on Thursday. Tuesday and Thursday. She has, some really interesting guests on. So I tried to contact you to say jump on if you're not already on.
Yeah.
There's really a lot of people with legal teams and people from Silicon Valley really getting behind this with this woman Kendra.
Yeah,
was on last night.
I don't listen to that call because I'm muted and I can't speak. So if
Well, we all get muted, and then she one by one
yeah,
would sometimes time runs out, and I don't get to talk either. But it was just very informative.
yeah,
She
I
unmutes
just
one person.
yeah, I mean I welcome everybody. If I missed you, I'm sorry. If I can't see your name, I can't welcome you. But she doesn't welcome anybody. She doesn't say hi to anybody. So I just don't attend the call. It's a very military call to me, and I just don't attend it. I've gotten the habit. It's been a long time now.
I see your point. She does like to stay on topic, like you. And
Yeah.
and
Well,
there was a keynote speaker, so she, kind of let me know very clearly that this is an interview to ask him questions, not to ask other TIs questions.
right. Yeah. Well, I'd like to have a perp come forward and have him sit here on like a Wednesday night or something, or a Friday night, and talk. Bring your computer, bring your program, give us the info, or don't talk
Well,
at
when I
all.
get my smartphone up and running,
Yeah.
you can look under the 9/11 investigation commission that are primarily composed of ex-CIA agents.
Yeah.
And if you contact those ex-CIA agents, there's a list of ex-pilots, of ex-CIA, of people of all walks of life that have joined this 9/11 movement that I've been pushing for from its inception. So that is opening doors in other ways to this technology and how they're getting paid, and these secret government accounts, black ops, accounts. How this is getting exposed. It is happening.
Hey, Frank.
We keep hearing that's happening, but where's the actual proof?
Somebody said, "Hey, Frank."
Well, it'll be
it was me.
Wednesday night call that Frank's going to have next week with Karen Stewart. So that's going to be awesome.
It is.
She's wonderful. She's
I have questions now.
a very nice person, and she definitely does not deserve what's happening now. They like have her surrounded. She's got to get out of there.
Absolutely.
Frank?
Yes.
Hi, it's Gina again.
Hi.
Did you ever see that Eleanor White did a piece one time?
Yeah.
She invited her, and she actually had a few. Well, she got several responses, but she took the ones she thought were the most credible.
Yeah.
And I got it printed. I guess you could go on our website and look for it. But there were several perks that came in, and she asked them questions, and they would answer her.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, yeah.
I'll send her an email and see if she can send me a transcript, maybe, of one of them.
That's what I got. Like, it was like a printout of her questions and answers.
Oh yeah. Do you think you could send it to me?
I can look for it.
Okay. Yeah. If you find it. If you don't, that's fine. I'll just email Eleanor when I get a chance.
And Dwight Magnum had an interview with her Professor Renata.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever heard them.
Dwight's been on here before.
Yeah, he picked up a young kid one time, and he let him in his truck because it was raining, and he was asking him questions. He marked the person's voice, but he told him all kinds of information. And Nada had a perp on one of her calls. I don't know if you know how it is.
Yeah, you see, to me, ever since this Brian Coffin thing, you're a perp when you bring me the program, the computer program, the link to the site, okay,
Right.
and that's when I'll believe you.
Right.
Nothing else. I got to see the program, the computer, bring it to me. All the stuff you got, whatever you use, bring it, you know,
Right.
and I'll tell them where to bring it.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find that. If I can find it, I'll send it to you.
Okay, and I know what I'm looking for. So, yeah, so do you. Yeah, it's this Coffin guy. When my video sharing was still working, which is still working on, we played that Brian Coffin crazy video, the last one that he made there. I think it's video number 185, something like that. And he accused somebody of murder, and he was F this, F that. But I'm sure all of you have seen it. If you haven't, I'll post it again. Has everybody seen it?
I saw it. It's me, Feather.
Okay, I'll post it on Targeted Massachusetts again.
Okay.
So, what are you saying about that video?
Wait till you listen to it.
Oh, I saw the video.
Oh, you did? Well, what did you think?
Well, the one where he says they're murdering people
Yeah, he said.
in the Pacific.
Yeah, he said that Derek and what's her name?
You broke up there.
Okay, Derek and one other board member were killing people. I can't think of the other girl's name. All kinds of stuff. Then the video before that, it was the video where he was interviewing himself.
I thought that was funny when he was in his car and he was talking about the magnet or about zapping himself, about tasing himself. I thought that was hilarious.
Wow.
Yeah, no, he's definitely
And the one I don't.
creep one.
Oh. I don't know Derek. I just thought it sounded to me like he was just trying to warn people about some sort of TI trap.
No.
But then we haven't heard from him since, and so that made me think that
he's the TI trap.
he got in trouble.
He ripped off Derek for thousands of dollars, I guess, or at least 1,000. And oh yeah, he's a crook. I called up.
I knew it when I talked to Desiree, who Derek gave me her number because he stayed with her in Arizona, and she told me some disturbing stuff. So I believe her. I thought he had foul language in that one video, obviously, but besides the language, I thought he was funny, and he was just, I didn't know.
Well, I know a couple of people, and they called PayPal and GoFundMe and defunded him, so he probably had to put himself back together.
You could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just wrong.
He stole money from a lot of people.
Oh, sad.
I don't believe a damn thing he said.
Okay.
To me, he was a brand new TI that came in on a white horse with armor on.
I was very careful to not put too much stock into whatever. I don't know how Derek even found him, how he met him.
He came to Derek, I guess. And
Derek didn't deserve that.
no. Well, we took care of him anyway, best we could. Yeah, they said he was still operating out in California somewhere, but I haven't seen it. Maybe you have, Amy, or somebody else from California.
No, I haven't.
No.
He's gone dark, and I
wonder if he's a.
What?
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, I just said I haven't had access with my phone because I had to get this chip. They told me, so they could, monitor. I guess it's what they're really after.
Somebody pointed out in the comments that his voice in that video had a way stronger accent than we had heard before. I don't know if it's the way he recorded it or, he did have a very exaggerated accent compared to like other interviews. But I guess he didn't have a lot of videos either. It was like interviews and stuff, and then there was a couple of videos where he's in his car talking or whatever.
Right. Well, the last video, number 185, that's the one that did it for me. So, accused Desiree of murdering her boyfriend that committed suicide.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad.
What was his name?
Brian Coffrin.
No, what was the boyfriend's name?
I don't remember, but I remember I did a lot of memorial services on Facebook and all around about him.
Yeah. That's horrible.
Yeah.
We've lost so many good people, but
yeah, to insult.
They don't have to suffer anymore.
Yeah.
And they're on the good side.
Yeah, there's too many people, but we're winning. Every time one of these calls opens up and people come in and talk, we're winning.
Absolutely.
And not to mention all the people that are learning.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, people are.
But we're on the shoulders of all these other people who didn't make it,
Yeah,
who
you're so right.
who didn't have this opportunity that we have by talking to each other like this, and didn't know what the hell was happening to them, and we're very fortunate to have this. That's what we are.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Eleanor should be given a gold star to wear because she is such a wonderful person. She's unmasked so many things, and I think she's the one that coined the term targeted individual or somebody very close to her. I did a lot of reading on her stuff way back in the beginning.
Who is she?
Eleanor White. She's from Canada.
Oh, okay.
She just had a
their
problem.
last name.
Yeah, she had a problem where she was living. She was feeding animals like deer and stuff like that.
Canada,
Yeah,
in Canada.
yeah, and they dumped a big pile of snow.
Northeast or west?
Central,
Northwest or northeast?
Central, I think.
Central. What did they do?
They dumped a big pile of snow where she was feeding the animals.
Oh my, that is awful.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't kill the animals, did they?
No, they didn't do that. I just sent her an email to ask her, how she's making out with the animals, where she's feeding them now.
Yeah, that's the one thing. The wildlife there is just pretty special.
I had a situation where I was feeding some geese in a park, and like I was having the greatest time. I was feeding them by like they were coming up to my hand and eating out of my hand, some of them, and some lady comes by, just mean as ever, and she's like, "Oh, you can't be doing that, blah blah blah, and it messes up the water. You see all that on the water?" And I don't think that's what messes up the water. I think it's more something else, some other issue. But she was anyway, you know. And I thought maybe she was a perp or something, you know, like just had to mess up my little thing I had going with the geese. But it brings us happiness, you know, to feed the animals and stuff.
Yeah.
And some people just, I think, want to mess that up. And I guess some people feel really strongly about feeding the animals and stuff, but I don't know. It seemed like a big deal, and I wasn't feeding them anything crazy.
No, she was.
I wasn't throwing the food in the pond.
She may have been a mind control person too. That they use hostile, turn people hostile.
Oh, she just had a scowl on her face. Like, you can't do that. You see that's the green on the water.
Yeah, I get up like little ladies in Costco, like, oh, that's not, the service dog doesn't look like that, doesn't act like that. And I'm like, I looked at her, and then I saw this commercial for this very exclusive, rich, assisted living people's or independent living home. But she was on the commercial, and I'm like, she had that same awful skull, like she was a general's wife and wore her husband's rank on her shoulder kind of thing. And I'm like, where did that come? I was just so in shock I didn't respond back. I should have, but I was just so in shock. This 80-year-old lady would just get all up in my face as I was leaving the store and say something really cruel and rude. And that's what they do.
I bet she was a perp. Was this recently?
Yeah. Yeah.
I bet she was a perp. You know who you are.
Yeah. I bet she was too. Yeah. She was a mother.
Because they want to ruin all our little things and make us feel bad. You know.
Everybody migrates towards my dog, and they're like, "Wow, what a cool dog! What kind is that?" You know, like she's girlfriend. And so, yeah, they do that. I'm sure that either she was just a mean person, or they were trying to, you know. My experience was good in the store, and I was.
They wanted to wreck your day.
And it was, you know, other kids were coming up. Oh, you know, I've never seen one like that. Can I pet the dog? And I'm like, oh, sure. You know, she's got her service vest on. Oh, I see. You know, ask the pet. And they're like, yeah, you know, that's just, we don't get out very often, but when we do, she gets all happy and she loves people. She loves other animals. So it's good therapy for me. It's good for them. But then somebody will come along and throw a thorn in the pile. And I shouldn't react. I should be used to this by now, with this shock and awe thing. But I'm just not.
Yeah, I didn't really say much to that lady. Just like, whatever. Let her be grouchy. I'm not going to sit there and argue with her over the geese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't deserve your time.
Yeah, yeah. But I've heard they do stuff like, as far as like if a person, you know, the space they're using out in nature, like Perlene Jones used to have her tent in certain places, and then like people would come and drop like broken glass. It might have been broken glass. There's something pretty difficult where she had to move. You know, she couldn't put her tent back there that night or whatever. They were just. I mean, then people getting their tents stolen. So it's like kind of like, you know, us taking space out in nature and amongst the wildlife. It's, you know, it makes us happy. And even people, if they're homeless, if that's their life and they've got their tent and they're out there and they've got a little spot, but it doesn't always, you know, work out when we're in TI.
We've lost what it means to be respectful in this world that we live in. That I didn't grow up in this kind of environment. I'm glad I didn't, because I feel for the kids that are growing up and didn't know anything different.
Amy, I'll be right back. You want to just be yourself for a couple minutes?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Bring me a cup of coffee, Frank.
I'm going to get going now. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, you too. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna all try to get on Wednesday and have a Happy New Year party.
Is this Amy from Oregon?
No, that's the other one.
Lamb?
She's Huggy Bear, Amy.
Oh. I've talked to an Amy before on the phone for several hours, and you kind of sound like her.
The other one, she has a definite East Coast accent.
Uh-huh.
And I'm from the Midwest. I'm in California.
Gina.
There's just so much
Gina?
shooting going on.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Hello?
that is Amy from Oregon. She has a New York accent.
Oh, okay.
The other one, not me. I'm not from Oregon.
I know, I'm
is.
not talking about you. I'm talking about the other
Oh.
Amy.
Yeah, she's cool. I like her. She's very cool.
She's really nice. She'll talk to you on the phone for a while.
Yeah, we kind of closed up Neil's call one night.
Yeah.
She has some really cool experiences she had, you know, in a supernatural way, which was so cool. Miracles are happening around us. We just have to look that much harder.
Definitely. Well, it's nice to meet you, Amy.
Nice to meet you too.
I've heard you
I
before.
haven't had such a great Christmas, but Christmas was never a good time with my family in the Midwest growing up in a very, you know, poor, abusive family. But you know, you guys are my family now, because my family will never believe me with all this stuff, no matter if I just, you know, put it in front of their face, classified documents, they still won't believe it. But I'm through trying to convince them otherwise. So I just have to keep the conversations with that superficial, which I hate that because I'm not a superficial person.
Yeah, it's very hard, isn't it?
Sad when you know, can't even talk to your own flesh and blood, your own family. They single us out. Notice that they don't get one or two family members in the program. They always pick one of the family and pin the rest of the family against you, as if you're making this up, as if you're grandstanding. Who would want to make this up? I just can't even believe anybody would want to make this up.
Yeah, but you know, I've seen other family members targeted, but we still can't talk to them about it. I've seen them targeted in ways, you know.
Maybe so. Maybe they just don't know that they are, because it's very subliminal and sneaky and
yeah, and I try to inform them so that they're not falling for the same tricks, but they just don't want to hear it.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe one particular family member, I could believe that they were paying him just by what I've seen go on with what he did to my father before he passed away from a mystery situation that I don't think was an accident at all. My mom, you know, being that she has dementia so bad, I know her alcoholism caused a lot of it, but I also know that the alienation that he did when I called it elder abuse on him, that's when he retaliated against me. I feel that I don't have proof of it. Well, actually, I do have some proof, because he forged documents after my father passed. He forged my dead father's name to documents so he would acquire the properties that my dad had, the stocks, the bonds that he had for the rainy day before he passed. But I try to just think of the good things that my father instilled in me before he passed away and how loving he was. And I do have to forgive my family for what they've done, even though it's a daily process. Even though I rarely talk to them because I don't want to be a bother time. And the moment I start talking about this stuff, they're like, you know, they just, oh, holidays. Let's talk about something good. Yeah, let's be superficial.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yeah, families tend to react the same way. If they can't see what's wrong with you, they can't hear what's wrong with you. They
So
see,
even when I had Frank, even when I had Alfonso, who was in the Air Force and Intel, that got on the line to confirm to him, that told me about this group, even then, neither of my brothers would believe me. Believe him. He's like, she's not joking. You know, this is what I'm going through. This is what's happened to me. This is how I found out about it. I didn't know. I was on the inside. I didn't know I was being used. He's telling the truth, and he works at the VA. So that gives credibility that, you know, he's still working even though they have chipped his wife. They've done horrific things to her. He's not in the military. She never was. She was in this government assassination program she wanted no part of. So because she wouldn't go along with it and do the assassinations, they brutalized her all the time. But I don't want to just focus on the bad stuff. I want to focus on, you know, what is happening within our community here of TIs and what's going right, not what's going on in my life personally. You know, that's the only way I get through each day, is keep up the good work, everybody, and lift each other up.
Well, we love you, Amy.
Well, I love everybody, no matter, you know, if I wronged someone or I misspoke, I apologize in advance, because this tends to kind of make you talk loopy sometimes, that you kind of get in the loop and you keep, like, it's almost like you're talking to a wall, like you're doing a mantra in the mirror. It's like you watch yourself doing this, and it's like it's not you. It's like your mouth is going, but your body's not, your spirit's not connected to it, if that makes any sense.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Like it's about that dissociative disorder, splitting your personality part of it that I had learned about in the psychology part of things, that I'm like, wow, this really is real. I mean, I do take responsibility for my actions. I don't blame everything on what they're doing, but the psychological part, I have to diagnose, you know, spiritually, physically, psychologically, physiologically. I have to try to narrow it down to see, is this really real, or is there something else?
Yeah, well, it sure is.
Almost like having a stroke, because I've had several mini strokes, that you start talking and your speech gets slurred, can't get the words out. I don't know if anybody's ever had that happen, but
Oh, yeah.
I've had it happen on several occasions. And before I knew about this program, I didn't know that that's what may have been going on, because I don't have high blood pressure. I don't have high cholesterol. The rest of my family does, but that would be someone that has, you know, I do have anger issues. I admit that I didn't have before 2003 or 2004 that I know of. But it was pure rage when I found out about this stuff up till, I think, 2012, 2013 or 2014 when I found out about this group. I had just complete rage, and I still do at times. That's part of the PTSD issue, that I try to keep at bay and try to listen more, talk less is more
Guys?
therapeutic for me.
Yeah, finish up your thought, Amy, because we got to close up, and you guys can go over to Linda's call if you like. I think it's 1:30. Was it 1:30:091? Am I right?
I think it's 140, Mike. Or, Frank.
So shots fired inside a law office from Long Beach. Wow.
Okay. Might be 140,091. I just heard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 140, honey.
Okay. Well, good night, folks.
Well, thank you, Frank, for everything. So we'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, I gotta
New Year's Day?
see. Sunday or Mondays. Somebody just asked me for do New Year's Day, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'll let
New
you
Year's
know.
Day, not New Year's Eve. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Good night,
everybody.
folks. God bless. God bless all TIs all over the world.
Yes.
Night.
Night.